Set. Okay, Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Council President Robert J. Sylvia.
Here.
Vice President Paul M. Rodrick. Councilor Terry Flynn.
Here.
Councilor Henry F. Lombardi Jr. Councilor M. Teresa Santos.
Here.
Councilor Dennis B. Toronto.
Here.
Councilor Barbara A. Bonvillis. We have a quorum, Mr. President.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance to our flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk, please note the Vice President just came in. Ladies and gentlemen, before we start tonight, I'd like to just take a moment, ask a moment of silence. Since we last met, we lost two longtime employees of the town of Middletown. We lost a former Director of Public Works, Frank Santos, and we lost former Fire Chief Charlie Swartz. So I'd ask you to join me in a moment of silence in their memory. Okay, thank you. Okay, item number one on the docket tonight, presentations. Memorandum of the Town Administrator with enclosures, senior housing, conceptual options, Berkeley Peckham School.
Motion to receive memorandum and begin presentation.
Second.
I have motion and second to receive. All in favor?
Aye.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. President, this evening, our consultant, Frank Spinella, is on the phone, on the Zoom, and has a presentation to make to the council regarding some of the conceptual designs that our architect has come up with for potential development of senior housing on the Berkeley Peckham School property. So with that, I would ask that we allow him to begin his presentation.
Good.
Good evening, Mr. President, and members of the council. Frank here. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you fine, Frank. Thank you.
Oh, great. So as you know, since January when you hired me, we have reviewed many options for the site. We've engaged Union Studio Architects as well as Horsley Witten Group for the engineering side of it. And we've done some preliminary feasibility of what we can fit within the Berkeley Peckham site. And I think the most important thing in any development of housing is parking. So knowing that the senior center is very important to remain as it is, maybe potentially enhanced, but the site staying the same, we have come up with several designs conceptually that we feel work quite well. Some better than others. We range in anywhere from 35 to over 50 units in the different scenarios, with about 90 parking spots for each of the developments and leaving about 30 spots for the baseball field. And so with that, I can go through each of them. I know that Ron has sent you a memo of each scenario, but we can sort of go through them quickly if you'd like. And but his synopsis, rather than read his whole report, I think it just makes sense to talk about the differences in each of the site plans.
Yeah, if you would do that, I appreciate it.
Okay. The first sheet you'll see is actually the survey that was prepared by the town engineer. So we thank him for that. And we sort of know what the limitations are of the site. And then, so the next site plan is just the aerial, or page 3. I don't know if you're on, yep. So page 3 is just the aerial to see what's around it and who owns what and what the potential land uses are of the surrounding area. And then the next slide, page 4, it gets into the different scenarios. So here is Scheme A, which builds a new building in the back and then uses the school itself for the housing. So you basically have two buildings the same size as the Berkeley Peckham School, which in my opinion, this is problematic and probably one of the most costly. Saving that whole school building, I don't think is feasible or reasonable. I think it's got a lot of environmental issues, as well as the grades change once you go from one to the other. There's a big addition on the backside of the existing school. So you'd have to, figure out ramps and or a half a story elevator if you all recall from being in that space. So it's not the most efficient. So I would say that this is not recommended by the team. Page 5 is starting to get better. And I say starting to get better because I think that this configuration, the team felt was the most efficient. And even though it doesn't yield as many units as the first one, it's the most efficient from a construction standpoint, this configuration. And I say the configuration because I like the layout. And when we get to the next one, which is my favorite, and the one I would recommend you pursue, is B1, which is on page 6. So it takes that same configuration, but it doesn't use any of the school except for the auditorium and the multipurpose room in the front. So from the streetscape, it will actually look very similar to what it looks like now. So very, very consistent to driving down Green End Avenue and seeing a similar looking structure, but behind it is all new construction and very efficient. And so I asked for this B1 scheme, taking the B scheme. So if we can go back to B for a second. So it takes this same sort of layout. So you have the units in the two spaces, if you can see where the front of the Peckham School is. And then if you then flash to page 6 again, thanks, Wendy. You can see how we just created a new space for that same location. And I think this is the most efficient. It affects the least amount of residents in the neighborhood, and it keeps the ball field exactly where it is. So if we go to number 7, I asked them to maximize the site and just lay out a few different options. This is just, in my opinion, a sea of asphalt, and it changes the whole look of that area. And I think that this is the least, one of my least favorite options. So, and then the next one is just certainly the most efficient construction. If you want to maximize the number of units you're going to build at one time in one spot, this is how you do it. But this is a massive structure, and it looks like one just from this little picture. Once you build it, it will not fit in with the neighborhood. So in reviewing this, both Sean and Ron and I think agree that going back to B1 is the recommended proposal that we would like the town to consider.
The very first one, Frank?
Nope, B1. which is
B1.
on
Page 6.
Oh, page 6.
Page 6. Yep, page 6.
Okay, does any councilors have any questions of Frank in regards to this so far?
I do.
Vice President?
Hey, Frank, how you doing?
Great, how are you, sir?
Good. So Frank, I'm just looking at the number of parking spaces, and you say there's 90 parking spaces for the housing and the senior center total, right?
Correct. There,
How
well,
many parking spaces are needed for the housing itself?
it all depends on how many units we build. And we can build anywhere from the 35, I think, to 51 in this spot. So the parking hasn't been fully vetted as far as how many spots the senior center needs versus how many spots the housing needs. I mean, if we build 45 units, then we have 2 spots per apartment, and that's really a lot for a senior housing development. In urban areas, they build less than 1 spot per unit, like a half a spot per unit. In rural areas or suburban areas, I've seen as many as 1 per unit. So I think we've got plenty of parking. This is what the parking that meets the zoning if we were to maximize the site. I mean, can we shrink the building a little bit? Yes. And I think that once we have the architect really fully vet what the units are going to be, my guess is we're going to end up in the 40 to 45 unit range, and then we'll have plenty of parking for both uses.
So Frank, there's on page 6, B1, is
Yes.
does that picture, reflect the 51? Or does that reflect the 35?
It reflects the largest possible building. Now, once we get to designing the actual interior spaces, depending upon what you want, if you wanted other community space in there, obviously to be closer to the 34. If you wanted it to be just efficient apartments, then I bet you we're closer to the 51. Are we going to provide any 2-bedroom units? Are they all going to be 1-bedroom units? Those are sort of the next step questions.
Okay.
Once we've approved the concept.
Okay, so my next question is, if I'm looking at the front of the building,
Yeah.
you look to the left, and currently you can go around the building on the left, and I see trees there. So from an egress standpoint, is this acceptable as far as one way out from the back? Or should we have two ways of egress?
From the parking itself?
Yes, from the back, in case there's something ever happened.
Well, I think that from a fire standpoint, they're going to, I can't speak for the fire department, but I'm pretty certain that we've met all the radiuses or the radii for the front of the building for sure. And the back is just a more efficient parking lot. I don't know that that's been vetted yet.
Okay. Thank you.
Frank, Bob Sylvia.
Yes,
How
sir.
did- How did we decide, or is there a formula that we decided on a unit number?
Well, I think that the subcommittee has always thought about a total of somewhere in the 60 unit range
Mhm.
for a first project. And so I was charged with seeing what the maximum this site could allow. And we did that without affecting the ball field. I mean, you could build your whole project here if you chose to adjust the ball field. I mean, if you look at the outfield, that's space that even if you shifted the baseball field, you could get more units on the site. But I think if I don't know that I would go higher than 50 units on this site, and I think you'd probably end up in the 40s.
Okay, my follow-up to that question is, Frank, is this. You said that we haven't determined how many 2-bedroom units we want versus 1-bedroom units. And if so, is this just based on 1-bedroom units, what you presented to us tonight?
No, it's based on a combination, and that's why it varies in the 34 to 51. So that space can fit a few 2s as well as the majority ones. So I think, and if you wanted more community space, obviously it would hug down closer to the 34 units. If you had less community space and just apartments, you'd get closer to the 51. And clearly you would if you had all 1-bedroom units, you could build that many units for sure.
Okay, so on this B1,
Yep.
the 51 units would be one-bedroom units, I'm assuming, correct?
I would bet that's right, yes.
Okay, and when you say 34 units, that's a combination of two-bedroom units and one-bedroom units, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Do we have any idea what the average senior center housing facilities, what they have, what their models are? Is there a certain percentage of one-bedroom units compared to two-bedroom units?
Is that a question for me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. So it really depends on the market that you're trying to attract. If you are at the lower end of the income scale, chances are you're going to build a whole lot more one-bedroom units than twos. If you are trying to hit a higher income, then typically somebody who's selling their house, for example, might want a bigger space. So the likelihood is depending upon where you want to hit. If we're going for the 60% median income, which is the tax credit maximum, which is the Rhode Island housing maximum, we're in East Greenwich, we're building 61 bedroom apartments for seniors.
Mhm.
And so, because that's that maximum income level for that development. And so if you're looking at tax credits, I think that you're going to have many more ones than twos. You may have a few twos, but the vast majority of your residents would be in a one-bedroom unit.
Okay. And I guess my final question is this. How much, I mean, anytime you're going through a project like this, anything could be changed in line with what the vice president said, or even the layout of a ball field. How much latitude do we have in changing some of these designs if we wanted to do that?
Oh, I mean, this is schematic. We can change anything we want at this point. You had asked me to sort of maximize the site without touching any of the other facilities, and that's what I've done here. I mean,
Right.
if you were to direct me to that you liked parts of any of them or none of them, or say, Frank, go pound sand and start over, that's okay too. But I think that we've given a nice array of the range of number of units and site configuration. But to the vice chairman's point, that if you really wanted to be able to get around the building, you'd lose some parking because we'd have to shift the building. And you'd probably lose a few units too by doing that. But I mean, that's something that we could certainly consider.
Okay. All right. Any other council? Council Santos.
I'm Teresa Santos. I have two observations. I would like to see an entrance and an exit. As you get older, sometimes you create some accidents. So in having an entrance going to the parking lot and having an exit when you're leaving it, not the same one. The other observation, I don't like the, you keep referring to Berkeley Peckham. The building that you're actually going to demolish or whatever you're going to do with it is the Peckham. The senior center is the Berkeley. So in the future, I would appreciate it as a Middletowner that you refer to the buildings as, that you're going to remodel as the Peckham building. And that's all I've got to say.
I stand corrected. Thank you.
Don't make that mistake again, Frank.
I apologize. I apologize, Ms. Santos.
In sixth grade, I went to Berkeley Peckham.
Yeah.
That's all they had there at the time, you know?
So, Ms. Santos, are you suggesting that there be only one way in and one way out so that so it's not shared either way?
For safety purposes, I would believe that it would be the best thing that you have one entrance and one exit.
Okay. Noted.
Council Flynn?
Good idea.
So that's a one-way parking lot, Mrs. Santos? Is that
One way going in and one way coming out. You go
So-
around the building.
go around it?
Yeah,
Okay.
so that makes sense that we'd have to then relocate the building a little bit to the east so that you could go around the building. And if you make your loop around the back parking lot, if it stays like this, then you just have to make another loop to get out.
Right. No, I think it makes a lot of sense.
And
Council
just-
Flynn?
Yeah, I just have a couple of things. I just want to clarify first what
Just make
Judge.
sure you talk into the mic.
Is
We don't
this
want
on?
to miss anything you say.
You need to speak loud. We can't turn them up.
Okay, so Mrs. Santos, just clarify again, the senior center is Berkeley and the school is Peckham?
They both were, all the natives know that the senior center was known as Berkeley. The portion that they want to redesign was the Peckham building.
I just want to make sure I had it straight also. Thank you. So I just want to make a couple of comments. Frank, it's Terry Flynn. Nice to hear you.
How are you?
Well, and I hope you've been well as also. So just in looking at some of the drawings, I absolutely agree with you about the massive parking is not preferable, not only because it ends up being a Tar Beach look, but also because it makes it farther for, I think, the residents to get to their cars.
Yep.
And you want to minimize that walking. So with some of the things I liked, visually, not looking at efficiencies or anything else. I thought that it was kind of nice that the buildings, like all sides of the buildings, because of the way they were configured, could get a decent view and had windows. They weren't just looking out at another building. Like one's looking over at the ball field, one is looking, in the back neighborhood, and accessible to the green walkway behind the ball field. I think that's important. So not only did they have proximity to their cars, but also to that walkway. And I understand, if I'm looking at A correctly, the buildings are connected by that walkway.
Yes, they are.
Hmm.
Yes, they are. I'll answer that one.
Okay,
They are connected. If you've been to the senior center, you'll see that the two buildings were connected and you could get from Peckham to Berkeley and vice versa.
Right. I think that in all scenarios, we're planning on keeping that connection.
I actually was talking about the back building, which would be the new building on A.
Under the A,
Team A. Is that connected to the Peckham part?
yes.
Okay. So, and I guess you were saying that this is problematic because the grade is different.
Well, yeah, the grade of the building, the Peckham School building, no, not anywhere near Berkeley, is a sort of, you step down halfway through the building, because at one point there was an addition and there are two separate structures that are connected in that Peckham School. But under this scenario, there's very little chance to have a circular driveway. If you try to keep those buildings connected, you'd have to have a drive lane going through that connector in the back.
Okay. Okay, those are my initial comments. Thank you, Frank.
My pleasure.
Frank, I have a couple more questions,
Yes, sir.
but I think it's also to deal with Mr. Brown. The study that I'd be interested in seeing is, and I know we can't price this or cost this out yet because we don't have a design. But the study that I'm more inclined to give me some guidance would be, what is the market for this senior housing in Middletown? And have we done any kind of a study? And has it shown us anything that we need 100 units? Do we need 150 units? Do we only need 50 units? Do we have anything that suggested how many units we may need? Some kind of a model, Mr. Brown?
So that was a report or engagement that we've presented to the council, and it was decided to skip that work and move directly to this project. That's something that we can go back and look at.
I mean, right now, we don't know if it's 35 or 50 or 100, or unless somebody knows, I don't know.
I agree. And that's why originally that was the original engagement that we presented to the council. But again, there was an urgency that the council decided to pursue, and we are addressing this. We could go back and look at that now, if that's the desire of the council. I want to say we do have a recommendation on the CDBG grant coming up about affordable housing. That might be the time that we loop back and look at the need for what the actual number would be at that time.
Does any member of the subcommittee, did you discuss that during this process? How many potential units that we may
Yeah,
need?
Arlene did a survey of the seniors, and it came back with quite a bit of people looking for senior housing. So the number was, we didn't have an exact count. We also looked at what the state recommended, and we're way behind that.
What was what they recommended,
We were
Council?
like 300 behind.
They recommended 300 units?
We are 300 units behind where we should be at.
Mr.
If I
President?
may, if I may, Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead, Frank.
this is Frank. I think that the 300 units, I think, is for all affordable units, right?
Yeah.
So, but I think that you could easily fill well over 100 units of senior housing within the community.
Yeah, my
I mean,
concern is
we can
that,
do a market study. Sorry.
my concern is that we do test the market, that we come up with a number, because to me, that's the biggest driver prior to looking at what the cost is going to be. But we certainly have to know what the market is wants out there. I think that's very, very important. I can't see us investing in something too little or not enough. I know we're not going to hit it exact. I know we're not going to hit it exact, and that I know for sure. But at the same token, I think it's important for us to be in the ballpark. Councilor Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. President. Frank,
Yes.
it's Terry Flynn again. I wanted to ask you, I know that it's really not the town's investment, because we're going to be utilizing, funding mechanisms and create a funding stack, correct, with partners?
That is
And
correct.
so I guess
Yes.
my question to you is, when we're putting all of this together, would that be part of the portfolio, so to speak, that you show these investors that actually are putting the money up, and for them to approve, and you would have to do some sort of analysis and presentation to get those funds?
Thank you very much. But yes, so Rhode Island Housing will require a market study prior to funding any development anyway. So we would need to do that. And we can certainly, there are several companies that do that work, and it's not a whole lot of money. So we can certainly talk to that. I can talk to Mr. Brown about that potential if that's a concern of the council.
I mean, my feeling is we should do it. I think it's something that's just my feeling. I think it's an important piece of this puzzle. Councilor Toronto.
Yeah, thank you. The subcommittee, when we looked at it, we were definitely working with Arlene and Chris and the senior center, the people at the center, and there was definitely a demand for housing. And we felt that just based on the limited information that we were hearing from people and what other municipalities were doing, kind of felt sure that we were going to have to somehow do some housing. How many exactly, we didn't have an exact number. But what it also pointed to that the subcommittee wanted to do is look at the population as a whole. How many because affordable senior housing affects all age groups from, it's supposedly 55 and up. And, so we wanted to also take them kind of when we looked at this, what type of housing or needs do people have when they're 65? What do they have when they're 70? What do they have when they're 80 and 90? Because some people just need more help staying in their homes. They're not looking to move out, but there are reasons why they have to move out. But could we help them there? There were suggestions of, can you give incentives to people who rent properties to rent to seniors? So if they controlled the rents, that they would have other incentives to be able to incent people to rent their properties to seniors. Or if you have a senior in your home that you're supporting, those are all different areas that we can look at and try to make some types of adjustments or considerations, not just build homes.
I understand that,
I
but
think that in that survey, we should maybe include that as well.
I agree. Like you brought up the 300, we're way behind statewide, but there's low-income housing below people that are age 55 too.
Sure.
There's a lot of that, okay? My feeling is this, we need to have some feel of a number, which, because at the end of the day, the number's gonna be an important part of this. And what we're gonna build, how we're gonna build it, structurally, what we're gonna build, how big do we need to build it for today, and maybe for the future a little bit. But that's a variable. I would just like to see this study done.
Mr. President, if I may.
Go ahead.
So there are two ways to do a market study. And the first is to justify developing what you want to develop.
Mhm.
And then there's the second, which I think that you're speaking of, which is to say, what is our need? And as long as we give direction to the company performing that study, we could get that answer.
See, I'm not necessarily in agreement with that, Frank. I think they're a little bit different from one another, but that's just my perspective on it.
No, I would agree. They are different. I think that if you go and you ask for, tell us what the need is versus we want to build this and justify us building it, those are the two different studies that you could ask for. And I think if the one that you're asking for, I think, is the one that says, what is our real need? Is that right?
It is.
Okay.
Okay. Any other comments, Vice President?
What's the next step? Where do we go from here?
Mr. Brown?
The purpose of this evening, I think, was to get a consensus from the council on a design so that we can continue to refine the drawings. And I believe, Frank, with that refinement, we would start to build a financial model. Is that a correct statement?
That is correct.
And then listening to the discussion that began with the council president would be to look at pursuing the market study so that those two things can sort of come together, I think, at the next point in our discussion.
Okay, sounds good to me. Council Bonvillas.
Yes, I would think you'd need to find out the need first. I mean, you can choose a design, but what you really want to know is what is the need, because that may affect what design you're going to choose. I don't know that you can do them both at the same time.
Well, I guess we're only going to be able to get so many units on the site.
Right.
Whether that's at 35 or 50, but that's sort of a theme of the Berkeley Peckham School site. I think the market study that's being discussed is necessary when we look at the whole project, which, depending on the market study, may include multiple properties.
And you can fall back on the comprehensive plan as well, because there's a lot of stuff in there that speaks to what our goals are, as a community.
Talk into the mic, please. Can't hear you.
I said you could also look at the comprehensive plan, because there's sections in there that talk about affordable senior housing and affordable housing and goals that we've set as a community that we're not meeting.
I understand that.
So we need to get on this and move this forward.
Just from a business perspective, if we know that we anticipate needing or a model or suggests that we need 50 senior housing units, 50 senior housing, now 55 and up. I'm not saying low-income housing, I'm saying just 55 and up housing units, then that's kind of a part of the necessary part of the recipe that we need to move forward with this. I mean, I think the designs are great. I think, a little tweaking here and there, especially on B1 could work out fine with, an entryway and an exit way being different. And maybe even perhaps if we have to tweak and move the ball field a little bit, but that's neither here nor there. I mean, right now, I think we need to know what we really need. If we came out tomorrow and said, we have senior housing in Middletown, what's the need for it? I'm not saying to the exact unit, but we should have, somebody should be able to say, hey, listen, these are our projections. you need anywhere between 40 and 100, or maybe you need between 25 and 55. I don't know. I don't know.
I think we'll be able to come up with that information.
I think that'd be very helpful.
I think it'll come up very
I
quickly.
think it'd be very helpful. Vice President, you want to make a comment?
No, I mean, I agree. I like the design, but if it comes back and says, hey, you know what, we need 70, maybe we can do it one spot
We don't know.
instead of having to go to another spot.
Okay.
And we did get an email from Arlene in regards, and I got a couple, comments from the subcommittee who did want to give some input into this.
Okay.
So should we schedule another meeting with the subcommittee to present this and get their feedback as well as we move forward?
I don't, at this point in time right now, I'd like to do something that expedite this.
Okay.
I want to expedite this. Whatever we do, I want to expedite it. I just don't want to die on the vine, you know? But anyways, to move along tonight, if there's any other comments in regards to this, item number 1? Council Flynn.
So I'm wondering if the market study seems to be pretty important for those
It
that are,
seems to be.
I'm getting that
How is it in
sense.
your opinion? Is it important in your opinion?
I'm going to take the recommendations of those in business like yourself, Mr. President. So
Okay.
I think it should be a priority also.
Okay.
You've got consensus from Councilor Von Villis. So I'm wondering if, while that could be worked on, maybe the Senior Housing Subcommittee could have a meeting and get some of the seniors' input and thoughts on just these types of drawings.
If you'd like to have a meeting, go right ahead, okay?
Mr.
I don't want to
Chair,
get this buried in meetings again, okay? I just want to, let's move it along.
I'd
I
like-
think it's two separate things you're talking about. I think it's going back and having the committee look at it and also Sean moving forward with getting a number. So it's really two different things.
Okay, all right.
Actually,
Mr. Brown,
so the two numbers are intertwined though, because, so the market study is important. That's going to tell me or tell the town how many units we need from a demand standpoint. But I do need to move forward on one of the schemes because I also need to know whether or not financially that the project is viable. And also, if it's not, how many more units I need to make it viable. Those two numbers will come together. So what I had said earlier, I just want to make sure I'm going to start moving forward with B1, looking at that. I am going to start moving forward with the market study.
I would support that. Does
But
anybody have
that's what
any-
I just want to
Is
clarify.
anybody opposed to that?
Nope.
Okay, then let's do it.
That's fine. I
We
just want to
beat
be,
this horse enough.
I just want to be
Move
clear.
right along.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything else on that? Okay. Item number 2, memorandum of the town administrator with enclosures, RE, Department Consolidation Study.
Motion to receive said memorandum and begin presentation. Mr. President, I am going to recuse because I have a family member that works in the maintenance department at the school committee. So even though it's the whole town, you're talking about different departments, I just,
Okay,
out of an abundance of caution.
okay. All right. Please note, Madam Clerk. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen at home, if you're participating by phone and you wish to speak, press number 9 on the telephone. If you are on the Zoom application and wish to speak, raise your hand. We have our deputy clerk is sitting monitoring this, and she'll send a sign to me. In regards to discussions, each council will have 5 minutes and another 3 minutes after discussion prior to any votes taken tonight, if we take any votes tonight. Okay? So I'm going to start off, Mr. Brown, go right ahead.
Mr. President, I
Yes.
didn't get the vote on the motion from Vice President.
It was unanimous.
Thank you.
Nobody, I asked if nobody was in opposition to it. Nobody signified they were. So I'm assuming it was unanimous.
Thank you.
Mr. Brown. Mr. President, the consultants that put the study together are not able or have not been able, were not able to be here tonight. So I'm going to provide a summary of what's included in their report and presentation that they had sent over in anticipation of meeting with you.
Okay?
You should have received a copy of their report dated January 2020. There was also a presentation stack that they had prepared that was dated April 20th of 2020. We engaged Municipal Resources Incorporated last year to look at consolidating 4 different areas within the town: finance, human resources, facilities, and information technologies. The basis for the council looking at this was a charter change that allows the council to look at consolidating like functions that exist between the town and school, and concerns by the council that, and this has been going on for some time, that there are basically efficiencies or improvements that can be made if and when these departments could be consolidated. There's been a number of false starts in trying to get this initiative going. MRI was able to do a full study. They were able to visit on site. They were able to conduct an investigation of how we operate, ask questions of the staff, and through their investigation, they developed the plan, or at least this phase 1 plan that you have in your receipt. What I'd like to do is maybe just walk through each of the areas just to summarize what their findings are, and then we can have an open
please do.
discussion about it. The first area that they looked at was the finance department. And basically, their recommendation was that there was an efficiency that could be gained by combining the town and school finance departments. Things that they looked at as part of that consolidation is having a single strategic plan for the 2 departments. There was an efficiency associated with having one accounting system instead of the 2 accounting systems that exist. A recommendation to co-locate the staff at one location. The other issue they identified was not having to add any employees to build upon the strengths of the existing employees, and also cross-training people so that there was a greater depth of professional expertise between the 2 departments. This is a very quick overview, but that was looking at the finance department. Again, I think the major piece was having a single strategy for managing the department itself, as well as a single accounting system. They also recommended with human resources that human resources also could function as a single department to serve both the town and school. Again, looking at having a single strategic focus for the 2 groups to work together, having one management system to manage all of the employees, being in one location. There would be a need, they've identified, to hire one additional employee that would serve as an HR benefits specialist. So right now, the town has one employee that functions full-time as an HR specialist. So that would increase to 2 people. The function itself is dispersed amongst different employees of the school department. This group, so this would be sort of it wouldn't be new, but it would be a change on the school department side. But again, there were efficiencies that are discussed related to collective bargaining. There's the issue of developing a uniform personnel plan across both the town and school, not treating it as 2 different organizations. Different things like that, which are efficiencies that are missing in the current environment. The next area was facilities. Again, they recommend a consolidated department. They recommend that we basically identify or hire someone to work as the facilities director for both the town and school. Underneath that person, there would be 2 managers from the existing staff. There's recommendations to hire licensed personnel within the trade groups to help us do some of the work internally. There's a recommendation to hire a project manager to oversee the projects that we do within both the town and the school. recommendations to move some of the functions over to Public Works, like snow plowing, some of the grounds work. There's a little bit of work to flesh out a number of the details related to what would end up being a facilities functions versus a Public Works function. But I think the main thing in the facilities area is the fact that the town has outsourced the function. So it's an easier sort of program to move underneath the town administrator and administer. The last area that was reviewed was the IT departments. The recommendation to consolidate this area is not as clear as the others. They basically recommend a 3-year phase-in of the two departments. Again, they're looking at having one strategic plan that guides where the department's going. They do recommend the hiring of a data manager to assist in managing the different databases that both the town and school operate. But again, I think partly the 3-year phase-in is partly due to the implementation of new technology. The department that's here right now won't be the same department 3 years from now. So that is a more phased-in process than they've recommended for the prior 3 areas. There are areas that still need to be identified. A lot of it has to do with labor contracts, which have to be reviewed, as well as budgetary issues as far as reallocating resources and ensuring that the departments are financed for correctly. And that's a very quick overview of the work that they've done and the work that's represented in their reports. The report itself does include an implementation plan. We got off schedule, obviously because of COVID. This was a presentation that was scheduled to take place a few months back. And it's a presentation we should still have when the consultants, when we get the groups together. But I think those are the highlights. There's a significant amount of planning that needs to take place, but I think some of the issues that the council has seen are reflected in here in their findings. My one observation, there is an investment that needs to be made in systems and the hiring of a few different positions. It's not a scenario where we have extra employees. So there are those fiscal sort of impacts that we would have to account for.
Yeah, that's understood. I'd like to start using the word, instead of hiring, maybe outsourcing periodically, Some things can be outsourced instead of bringing people on where we have to afford benefits and things that are not always in the best interest financially to the solvency of something. But I think this is long overdue. I'm going to ask some counselors if they have some questions about this personally tonight. I'm ready to pull the trigger on this tonight. Let's get it done. I'm ready to pull the trigger tonight, authorize you to do it, and let's get it done. We've waited long enough on this. This is the perfect time. Our world is upside down right now. If we're going to look at it upside down, if we're going to start looking at things in a different light, like we have to financially, operationally, now is the time to do it. This is the perfect time to do it. No better time to do it now than right now. So, Councilor Flynn, you wanted to say something.
I just had some questions for Mr. Brown.
Go ahead.
And these are a couple of specific, couple of overview. Is the state involved in any way in us pursuing this? We don't have to get their permission or.
To the mic, please, can't hear you.
I think
Is
just as a note, so everyone understands, the microphones in the room are turned down quite a bit because.
They explained that.
Yeah, okay, I just want to make sure, so it's fine.
So the question was, is the state have to be involved at all as we go forward with the plan? Are we submitting anything to them? Do we need any kind of permission from them or from RIDE to go forward with this? Is there another step with the state?
I think the biggest outstanding issue, which would involve the state, is the maintenance of effort question.
Could you repeat that, please?
Maintenance of effort. If there's going to be a shift of responsibility from the school department to the town, there should be a shift of funding from the school department to the town to pay for that. And I believe the state will be involved in determining what that dollar amount will be, unless there's an agreement, I believe, between the town council and school committee otherwise. I think if the two governing bodies can agree upon it, the state would have less involvement. If there's a disagreement, then the state would definitely play a role.
Okay. Also, I saw the charter was mentioned in a couple of places. Is this going to involve any changes to our charter, or are we complying with the charter as it stands?
This would be charter compliant, so there's no changes required.
Okay. And I did have a question about the IT department. I know, of course, that's the one that you said was a little less developed. And I'm just very concerned about our cybersecurity, our website, things that are under that umbrella that, are challenges now. And if those will be sure to be addressed as we do something like this.
So I think the efficiency, I mean, it ultimately comes back to funding and actions taken by the town council and school committee. There's an opportunity with the consolidated department to come up with a single strategic plan. So rather than operating two websites, you operate one website. Rather than having two accounting systems, you have one accounting system. Limiting the number of gateways into the town's intranet, thus having, the ability to reduce the amount of security. You're basically duplicating, as each organization operates its own network, you duplicate efforts. So I believe the goal is, as we develop these efficiencies, we would be able to reallocate those resources to those other functions.
Okay.
I think just going to the website, and I know this is an ongoing discussion, there's a difference between the website as a thing and the content on the website. We need to continue to invest. We're investing some in someone who develops content, but the thing that I think most of your concerns go back to isn't so much the website functioning, but it's having someone to carry and feed for the website and to develop the content that you want people to see. But the website itself as a framework, or is, I think, you have two different issues.
Yes, I mean, the website content has always been a concern. That's probably a full-time job. So will there be efficiencies to make sure that both the town content and the school content are current, purged, whatever's unnecessary, updated, and it can be a real tool like it's meant to be?
And that, I think, is more of a communication. That's more of the role of a communication person than it is an IT person.
Will that be embraced in this plan, or is that separate?
I think it's separate.
Okay.
I don't see a communication person working in an IT department. I see the communication person working with the administration, working with the council to push messaging out to the community, but not someone buried in IT department. I see that as it's the wrong role. And in some ways, back to Councilor Sylvia's comment, I think can be accomplished, in an outsourcing role more efficiently than hiring someone. So, because I'll use COVID as an example. We can hire up and have someone to develop a lot of content going out to the community because there's a high need for messaging. Whereas there might be a time of the year when it's slower and we might not need to develop content. So we have the ability to basically scale our communications program. But if we just hire someone, then we're gonna have to find things to talk about all the time. And I don't know that that's a really good use of resources.
Okay. Anything else, Councilor Flynn?
Just one thing.
Go right ahead. I want to stay on consolidation as much as possible.
Yep.
I understand your point, but there was a lot of communication. Go ahead, Council Flynn.
It's just one question about I'm looking at an organizational chart. And the horizontal lines, I just want to know if I'm looking at the finance one, there's no page numbers. So you just have to go to the finance and it's like the next to the last page. I just want to know if I'm looking at it, and anybody can answer if they know, but does it reflect that the director of finance has 7 positions directly under him or her? Am I reading that right?
Yep.
So this person has all those directly under them.
Yes. And that's specified in the charter that these are roles that fall under the director of finance. So
Thank you.
Okay?
Thank you, Mr.
Anybody
President.
else? Any questions? Council Santos.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be very quick. Mr. Brown, in the consolidation of the finance, where will they be, where will the desks be? Will they be here at the town hall or at the administration building?
I don't have an answer for that tonight,
Okay,
but they would be co-located.
all right, how about the facilities?
Same, I would need to identify a
All right,
location.
thank you.
Council Lombardi.
Maybe this is more for the President, because I wasn't here when you introduced this item, and I apologize for being late. There's a lot of information here to digest for all of us. First time we saw it was on Wednesday, I guess. And my question is, do we have a plan to move forward? Are we going to have a workshop? What is going to be the plan to move this forward? Because I think there are a lot of players involved here on both sides of the fence that, in my opinion, we should all be at the table when we discuss this plan.
If the question's to me,
Well, yeah, I guess.
I'm gonna say it right now. I'm gonna motion tonight that we execute this, that we authorize the town administrator to execute this and get this moving. We've talked about this, we've talked about this, we've talked about this. Let's get it going.
All right, so,
He's spoken to his department heads. He has met with members of the school department. Let's move on. Let's get this done.
Okay.
We'll be meeting until 2025. Council Von Villas.
Yes, I'm concerned about 2 issues, and maybe they're not issues, but the 2 issues that stick out for me is the fact that you have 2 different accounting systems, some of which are required by the state with the school. So that, it seems to me, that creates a complication. And the second issue is that you're dealing with different union structures, different contracts at both the town level and at the school level. And we are very, I think, efficient in our contract negotiations. And I think maybe I'm making a judgment that's unfair, but I think our contracts are a little more favorable to the town. And I just wonder how that's going to function.
Has nothing to do with the teachers. The contracts with the teachers,
I'm not talking about the teacher.
well, I'm just saying, the teachers has nothing to do with.
No, I'm not talking.
Absolutely has nothing to do with.
No, but we're talking.
Mr. Brown's already
facilities.
mentioned that. He's gonna have to look into this with the contracts, with the overlapping contracts with between like Public Works and
Yes.
the custodians and things there. He is more than competent. He'll get this ironed out. Let's get this thing going. That's just my feeling. I'm not trying to push this, but we've been talking about this. for
I
a
agree with you.
long time.
Time.
Let's do it. We have an opportunity right now to do it tonight.
Okay.
Any other conversation? Okay, I'm gonna make a motion that effective tonight, effective immediately, we authorize the town administrator to execute the consolidation, that the consolidation will be in effect as of tonight. And whatever, Mr. Brown, I'm gonna give you your opportunity, a short opportunity, okay? But I want you to get this going. I want you to get this going, and let's consolidate this. And I think the most important thing is that you let the school administration know who some days they're department reporting to you, sometimes they're not. I'm up the air about that. I guess I can refer that question to the solicitor, but I want to get this going. This consolidation for a small town, it's the perfect timing on this. It's perfect timing to consolidate these activities. So that would be my motion. Now, if I get a second on it, then we'll open it up for some discussion. Okay. Mr. Brown, you want to make some comments?
One of the recommendations the consultants made was to have a resolution that outlines the implementation of this at some level. So
The implication of it?
not the implementation, just how,
Process.
I think I'd just like to pick a date. I guess, I don't have, I would like to review it with the solicitor. I think you can vote to say you're going to do it, but I think we've got to pick.
Oh, we're
a
going to
date.
vote to say we're going to do it.
I
And
understand.
we're going
that.
to authorize you, or we're going to authorize somebody else to do it.
But I also, does that mean that when you take the vote, that effective?
No, we want you
tomorrow-
to, no, we want you to start your process now. If
Okay,
you
I
want to
just wanna
start a
be clear.
process that you have to do to implement this, start the process,
Okay.
but start it at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning.
And that's fine. I just want to make sure that's what the motion is. I don't want to.
That's what my motion is,
Okay.
okay? All right, we have a motion. It's been second. Any further conversation?
Start tomorrow morning.
Any further conversation?
8 a.m. in
8
the motion.
a.m., 8
In the
a.m. And I
motion.
gave him a little leeway. I got a couple things I want to do before 8
As
a.m.
long as it wasn't 2 a.m., that's
Okay.
really.
All right. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay. Thank you. Mr. Vice President, you want to join us? I want to make a motion that we adjourn for 5 minutes. Take a recess.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Nate? All set, Nate? Turn it on. Motion reconvene.
Motion to reconvene.
Second?
Okay, motion second to reconvene. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion to act as a Board of License Commission.
We have a motion second to act as Board of License Commission. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, Board of License Commission, item number 3, advertise for public hearing and the abutters notified. Application of Rock Lobster, 69 LLC, DBA Rock Lobster, 59 Aquinic Avenue for a Class BV liquor license to be used at the same premise. Application includes requests for outside service on lower patio area and upper deck.
Motion to open the public hearing.
Second?
Okay, motion second, open the public hearing. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, is there anybody that would like to speak that's called in? You have somebody?
Who is it?
Who is it? I don't. Okay, who's online? You want to make a comment? We need your name and your address, please.
Yes, it's Brian Torresenta, 16 Briarwood Avenue.
Good evening, Brian.
Okay, thank you, members of the council. My name is Brian Torresenta. My wife Patty and I own 16 Briarwood Avenue, Middletown, which was my wife's grandparents' home. This is a commercial residential neighborhood. Our residential property directly abuts Rock Lobster's commercial property, and we have family members living there now. My wife and I would like to express our support for the new Rock Lobster restaurant in the spirit of being good neighbors and establishing a positive and friendly line of communication, which we have already initiated between us and hope to continue going forward. Owner Peter Downing and manager Bob Ferlin have been working hard and putting in many long days over these last several months in anticipation of their grand opening. We would like to wish our new neighbors, much success and longevity with their new business. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight.
Thank you, Brian. Madam Clerk, is there anyone else?
Yes, Bob Silva.
Bob Silva? Go right ahead. Name and address, please.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you now. Go ahead. Name and
Oh,
address.
okay. Old dogs don't learn new tricks very easily. I just want to say that I have an application for a liquor license across the street, Mission, and those individuals, the Burnleys, do not object to this license across the street. They think it's a commercial type area, and the area deserves an opportunity to carry out its tourism goals. So they're not opposed to the license at all.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, Scott, name and address, please, in regards to the public hearing for Rock Lobster.
Yes, I'm Scott Lyons, and I'm representing Beach Wine and Liquor at 43 Aquinic Avenue.
Good evening, Scott.
Good evening. Is there a representative online who can answer questions, or is this just for statements?
For your statement, your comments.
Okay.
3 minutes.
I guess without knowing, there are some things that I would have some questions about before this is issued, as far as the actual property and what their plans are as far as for parking and a patio. Because certainly there is no patio as it is, so it's tough for me to say whether or not I agree with it or not. And I understand they want to do music, and I don't understand much about what they want to do with music or who would mandate that. So I guess that would just be in the form of a comment that maybe the town could think about. In addition, I do hope that the council.
Carolyn.
Sorry. Hello?
Scott, go ahead.
Okay. I do hope that the council does their research regarding Mr. Downing. I don't feel comfortable with someone like Mr. Downing having a liquor license in the town of Middletown. I don't think it would be a good idea based on both Mr. Downing's past, criminal past, and business dealings that are accessible via public record, and there's quite a bit of it. In addition, I don't believe Mr. Downing has really thought through the authoritative part of it. He has already painted stop signs. He's painted fire hydrants. He's painted town sidewalks. And I'm sure he hasn't requested permission for any of this. In addition, Mr. Downing tried to, 2 weeks ago, engage me in a physical confrontation, an actual physical fight in front of his children in public when I approached him about a special order that he didn't pick up for over 10 days. Those would be my comments. More that I really would hope the town council does the research on who they are considering issuing a liquor license to in the town of Middletown. That would be all I'd have to say, and I appreciate you hearing me tonight, council.
All right, thank you for your candid feedback, Scott. Appreciate it. Madam
Yes,
Clerk,
sir.
we're going to be utilizing the clock, right?
Yes.
Okay.
There's someone on the line. It's just a telephone number.
Okay, who's ever on the
Hi.
line, name and address, please.
Hello. Carrie Lewis, 54 Aquinic Avenue. I as well have concerns knowing limited information about this establishment, what type of establishment this is going to be. I just got the notice saying liquor license, Rock Lobster, and outdoor seating. So I'm curious to know more details. Obviously, that can't be answered without the business owner there. I'm also in total disagreement with outdoor seating, obviously live in direct abutter, increased noise. I don't know what time we're going to be closing down. I don't know if we're serving lobster with wine or if we're doing a drive-by. I'm not sure what's going on here. So definitely disagreement for outdoor seating, and it would have been nice to get some more information on this establishment. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Deputy Clerk, anything else? That's all of them? Okay, any council would like to make any comments?
Yes, please.
Council Santo.
Thank you, Mr. President. This establishment is applying for a BV liquor license. Is liquor going to be served outside? Somebody want to answer that, please?
Ms. Santos, the applicant is requesting the ability to serve outside. The applicant is actually requesting an expansion of the service area over and above what was previously at this restaurant. And you do have a memorandum from Mr. Kane, the zoning official,
Right.
indicating that that expansion would require approval from the zoning board.
Correct.
So regardless of how the council wants to approach this application, I would not recommend approving anything that expands the service area of the liquor license beyond that which was previously approved.
Thank you.
Thank you. Council Flynn.
So we have a letter from the building official that makes a recommendation, and this particular address is on our docket in 3 places, number 3, number 17, and number 18. So I would propose that we take the building official's recommendation and table this request until the applicant has complied with the building official's request.
Personally, I'm not inclined to table it. I think we ought to just address them one at a time. I'd like to, but that's just me. If you want to make that in form of a motion, you're more than happy to.
Mr. President, just one suggestion on that. If you're inclined to table, my suggestion would be, rather than tabling it, which might then require it to be re-advertised
Right.
or could be reheard, if you're suggesting that it not be heard tonight until the building official's concerns have been met, my suggestion would be to continue it to a specific date so that abutters and anyone else who's interested would know that what that date is. We don't have to re-advertise.
That's fine by me.
So that would
To
be,
continue it as opposed to table
Okay.
it, given what tabling triggers.
all right. All right.
No.
So, all right, let's, one at a time. All right, so I'm not inclined to support continuing this. I think we got to decide on this tonight. I think we have enough information in front of us. Personally, myself, but that's just me. Council Lombardi, you want to weigh in?
Yes, please. So, given the letter that we have here from the building inspector, and they went ahead and they did the renovations to this building, which I personally have seen. I wanted to see what was going on down there. And it's extensive. And they went ahead and they did it without checking with the town, without looking into what it takes to get a building permit. One of the people that is applying for this, if I'm not mistaken, is a contractor, or he's got a contracting background. I've seen it before, seen it happen before. People go ahead and they do things with the knowledge that maybe they should have got a building permit, and when they get caught, now it's, well, we beg for forgiveness later. Well, guess what? This is something that we need to stop, and we ought to send a message here tonight. I'm not going to table, I'm not going to continue. I want to vote on it tonight, and as far as I'm concerned, we should deny it.
Okay, Council Flynn, do you want to put that in the form of a motion? So I want to go back to you about the recommendations of continuing it.
Well, I was just bringing up the recommendation of the building official.
Right, which
As
we
a
all have.
department head and
And
to get it out on the table.
Yeah.
So I'm happy to have discussion
Okay.
and have someone
Right,
else
good.
do a motion from the
Okay.
discussion.
Okay, thank you.
Certainly.
Council Santos, you want to say something?
Yes, I'd like to continue with what I was asked before. He is asking for a liquor license to serve liquor outside. That you mentioned, right, Mr.?
Outside and inside, yes.
Who is going to police the liquor that is going to be served outside? Who's going to watch to make sure that the person is of age, that they don't walk down the street with a beer in their hands? We don't allow drinking in public. This is what we're doing if we allow this to go through.
Mr. President, in the COVID-19 ways to do business, are they not being allowed to have in their outdoor seating?
That is not what's been applied for.
Okay.
What
Yeah,
is in the
that's
clerk
not
can
the
correct me if I'm wrong,
application that's in
it
front of
applied
us.
for a permanent expansion of the service area.
Yeah, that's not the
That's a
application.
temporary one for COVID-19.
Well noted, Council Santos. Anybody else want to make any comments? Okay. All right. Do we have anybody else that wants to make any comments online, Deputy? Bob Ferlin? Okay, Bob Ferlin, if you're online, go right ahead, name and address, please. Okay. All right. So I guess, Mr. Vice President. Motion to close.
Motion to close the public hearing.
Second?
Okay, we have motion second to close the public hearing. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Motion to grant the said license for inside service only.
Second,
We have-
inside service only.
Yep.
Correct?
Yep.
I'll second that.
Okay. We have a motion and a second to grant the license for inside service only. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Aye.
Aye.
You get the count, Madam Clerk?
I only have one in favor.
Just,
Oh,
just
I
Councilor
rescind that.
Santos?
I'll rescind that. I'm opposed to outside seating and
That
serving
wasn't-
liquor.
No, this is to grant the license.
To grant the license inside.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I'm for it.
You're for it?
Yes.
Okay, so it's,
One yes.
One yes.
Oh, no.
Actually,
Six no's.
I'm in favor. I'm in favor of it.
Oh, you're in favor of it too?
Thanks for the clarity. Thank you.
Okay. All right,
It's just
Yes.
inside.
okay.
What? Did the inside include the upper deck too? But that was
license, the
prohibited.
answer-
That's what I'm
No.
saying.
No.
It doesn't.
Okay, okay, all right.
Okay?
So how do we stand?
So it's 5-2.
5-2.
Application
fails.
denied.
Okay, motion
License
fails.
denied. Okay. Okay, application, item number 4, application of Mission LLC, DBA Mission, 58 Aquinic Avenue, holder of a BL alcohol beverage license for expansion of service.
Motion receive said application, notify butters and advertise for public hearing to be heard on July 6, 2020.
Second?
Okay, motion and second to receive, notify butters and advertise. Any conversation?
Question.
Council Flynn.
A question, and if you did get this email and answered me and I missed it, there was a flurry of emails today. So this is not an additional liquor license.
No,
It's
the
just
same, they're
a
just
expanded, so it's not new.
No, it's not.
Thank you. I just wanted to make that clarification.
Okay. Deputy? What item does he want to talk about? We're on item number 4 now.
You have to ask him.
Okay, go ahead. Bob Ferlin, you want to comment about what item?
Hello,
Yes,
this is Peter Downing. I'm actually using my manager's computer, Bob Ferlin. I tried to Zoom on before and it wouldn't let me.
what happened?
I
Who is-
tried to connect.
Okay, so who is it?
This is Peter Downing,
Okay,
the applicant for the Rock Lobster liquor license.
okay,
I tried to get on and clarify some points and it wouldn't let me.
okay. I don't know if anybody didn't let you, but,
No, it wasn't doing what it's doing now.
okay. So we addressed that issue. We've already voted on that issue. And we're past it. We're on to the next issue right now.
So there's no explanation. How do I didn't get to explain
You-
myself before the vote. I mean,
Okay, well, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to exercise it. I'm going to let you talk. You have 3 minutes, okay?
Right.
Start the clock. You get 3 minutes, okay?
thank you, council, for hearing me tonight. I just wanted to clarify a couple of things. I think there's a misunderstanding. The outside seating we were looking for would be whatever we were allowed to under the COVID ruling. What we were trying to do was just reopen the bar restaurant under the same capacity that it always has been. And I
Did you lose them again? Peter, if you can hear us, we can't hear you.
And we were during the COVID. I just went into this in the end of February when this whole thing hit. And rather than back out, I stayed here. I supported it. I worked on it. And we've been doing nothing but cleaning. This place was in very bad disrepair. We have not done anything that's needed a permit up to this date. I have a engineer and architect working on it this week. Jack Kane was expecting all that stuff next week. And I talked to him on Friday. We cleared everything up, what things I needed to do. I made my checklist. As far as our service goes, we are just going to be a regular restaurant, a little bit of a beach bar, very, very family orientated, very clean operation. I think if anybody has, from the hundreds and hundreds of people that have walked by for the past 2 months, they've seen nothing but great things and they've said nothing but great things. Councilman Lombardi actually walked through one day, and his exact words were, "I can't believe this. You guys have done an incredible job." So, he's very excited. He was even saying, "You guys got to get outside seating." And I said, whatever that entails, we will do it. So we are here to do nothing but add to the community, support the community, be a good, clean business in the community. We have, like I said, when everybody else was pulling out of this, I took everything and I went back in full force and I held this place together. We have done nothing wrong. I have everything taken care of with Jack Kane. I've done nothing but clean and clean and clean. We've painted walls. You don't need a building permit for painting walls. I am a general contractor. I do know what I need a permit for and what I do not need a permit for. I've never failed a building inspection in my life. I always overdo things, overbuild things. And yes, the sidewalk on Briarwood Avenue, that was an absolute chaos. It's town property. It was never cleaned. It was cigarette butts, a lot of.
Okay. Peter, thank you, but you are on a time. Council Lombardi, you want to make a comment?
Yeah, to clarify, so I stated publicly before we took the vote that I went down and I wanted to see, and I was impressed with what was done in there. But I'm going to tell you what I'm reading right now, a memo to us, to the town administrator and the town council. Quote, I have had multiple discussions with the applicant with regards to renovations to the building. I instructed him to apply for a building permit before starting any interior renovations. I met him on site to discuss what he plans to do, only to discover that he's been doing work that requires a permit. I told him to stop until he can provide plans and submit an application for a building permit. A permit application was received and rejected due to the lack of plans and the description of work to be performed, including creating access to the roof area, a direct conflict of the previously granted special use permit. That's pretty clear and straightforward as far as I'm concerned. And that's why I voted against this. You know, our building inspector's got a big job. And quite frankly, again, not just this applicant, but other places, other times. They do the work, they come in, and then when they get caught, they ask for forgiveness later. And I'm telling you, it's got to stop. We need to send a message tonight, and I believe we did.
Councilor Toronto.
Thank you, Mr. President. I voted for it because, you know, I live in that area and that building has been a disaster. Okay. It is an eyesore. It has been basically closed up for years. Every time they try to do something in that building, they get no, no, no. And I know they stretched it, the previous owners, that everyone's come in and we're not going to put music outside, then they put music outside. So there's a lot of stuff that's been going on around that building. To use him as an example for people not getting building permits, I agree. This town is going rampant with no building permits. You just go to residential properties, you'll see a lot of them who do work and they don't get building permits. So if you're going to make an initiative, I hope there's going to be a follow-up of what we're going to do with all the rest of the people who've built things that haven't gotten permits for. But this is a gentleman, we voted for this at one point to give them the license. At one point, we did, right? Didn't we approve this?
That was across the street.
Yeah, that had.
That's not the same building.
Not
That
the
was
same place.
I thought
He
we
was
did
going to do
KJ's
something
as well.
across the street.
Yeah, different place.
But there's a license at KJ's today, a liquor license and the ability to do business inside those four walls.
No.
There's no liquor license that currently exists at KJ's. This is a request for a new license. There may have been, there certainly was one there in the past.
It's no different than what was already there.
What he applied for is different than what was previously there, in that he, as I explained, applied for an expansion of the area to include the outdoor roof area.
Well, we asked if that what we just voted on was for inside only, not the decks, not outside.
Correct.
Okay, so what we just voted for was what was originally there. A restaurant with a liquor license.
Correct.
Okay, so what was there, we just voted against. So I'm just saying, I'm for letting the.
But I think there's been some
getting that
different-
business open. We need restaurants down that way. That building's there. We don't want a hotel there. I think it's a good usage. Now, if you want to penalize them for not getting a building permit, that's your decision.
Okay.
Mr. President?
Council Flynn.
Thank you. And Mr. Downing, you're still listening. I voted against it because this memo that Council Lombardi read from, this is dated today, June 15th. So this is, this isn't a delay. This isn't something that crossed in the chronology of our lives. This is the up to date. So I think that it's only fair that we have to take, this recommendation and, you need to work with whatever positions you need to work with to get back on track. And as I said earlier in the meeting, this is tied to your other applications, but it's the same building that you have violated our permitting protocol for construction. So that's why I'm opposed to it. I just wanted to put that on the table also.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Downing, again, it was rejected. Your application was rejected 5-2. Madam Clerk, we're going to go back to item number 4. Where do we leave off on item number 4?
Item number 4, we were beginning to get to the motion. The motion to receive the application, notify abutters.
Okay,
He had, Vice President had read the motion.
and it was seconded?
I
Tre-
didn't hear it.
Teresa seconded it.
Okay, Council Santos seconded. Is that correct, Council Santos?
Could I hear the motion again? I'm sorry.
Motion to receive said application, notify butters and advertise for public hearing to be heard on July 6, 2020.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Motion and second. Any further conversation?
Yes, please.
Council Santos.
So that I can get this, thank you, Mr. President, so that I can get this straight. The applicant is asking for an expansion of service. Does that mean outside?
No,
No.
it's
No.
inside. The mission is seeking to expand into the space that was previously Empire Coffee,
All right.
which is next door to their existing location. So they're just seeking to expand into that next door space.
In
Thank
line.
you. Thank you.
Okay, any other conversations? We have a motion. It's been seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion to reconvene as a town council.
Second,
A motion is second to reconvene as a town council. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion to approve the consent calendar.
second,
Council Flynn, did you want to pull an item off the consent calendar?
I did not, Mr.
Okay,
President. Thank you very
Council
much.
Toronto. Council Von Villas. Council Lombardo.
No.
Council Santos.
no, sir.
Okay, we have a motion and second to approve the consent calendar. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Okay, item number 16 under licenses, application of Keystone Novelties Distributor LLC, DBA Keystone Fireworks, 750 Quinnick Avenue for a holiday license for the 2020-2021 licensing year. This is new.
Motion to grant said license.
Second,
A motion is second. Any conversation?
I think we had somebody that was supposed to call in. At least no? Okay.
No, that's on a different
Oh, it's a different. one.
fireworks one we're
Yeah,
talking about. No,
okay.
that's item
Because I saw an email.
24.
Okay.
Okay, any inquiries in regards to number 16? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Item number 17, application of Rock Lobster 69 LLC, DBA Rock Lobster 59 at Quinnick Avenue for victualling house license for the 2019-2020 licensing year.
Motion to grant said license limited to the inside of the building, subject to building official, fire marshal, and board of health approvals.
second,
Have a motion and a second to approve. All in favor of approving it? Those opposed?
Aye.
aye,
Okay. Number 18, application of Rock Lobster 69 LLC, DBA Rock Lobster 59 at Quinnick Avenue for an amusement license for the 2020-2021 licensing year. This is new.
Motion to grant said license.
second,
Okay, a motion and a second to grant. All in favor? Those opposed? Aye.
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 Item number 19, application of JSC New England Operating LLC, DBA Burger King, number 1221 596 West Main Road for victualling house license for the 2019-2020 licensing year. This is new.
Motion to grant said license, subject to building official, fire marshal, and board of health approvals.
second,
Yeah, motion is second to approve. Any conversation? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Item number 20, application of Mission LLC, DBA Mission, 58 Aquinic Avenue for expansion of a victualling house license for the 2019-2020 licensing year. This is new.
Motion to grant said license subject to building official, fire marshal, and Board of Health approvals.
Second?
A motion is second. Any conversation?
Yes.
Vice President?
I'm not opposed to it, but should this wait until the other expansion takes place?
They wanted to start serving food, which they can do. They just can't serve the liquor on that app
Okay,
if they, if they
Okay.
wanted to.
all right,
They
makes,
know that they can't
Makes
serve.
sense.
all right, makes sense, yeah, okay. Thank you for clearing that up.
Okay, any further conversation? All right, hearing none. Been seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Item number 21, application of Progasco Operating LLC, DBA Neon Marketplace, 532 East Main Road for victualling house license for the 2019-2020 licensing year. This is new.
Motion to grant said license subject to building official, fire marshal, and Board of Health approvals.
Second?
Okay, a motion is second. Any conversation?
Yes,
Vice President?
that place looks really nice. They really cleaned up that corner. I mean, it looks
They did.
really, really nice.
They did.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that.
Yeah, kudos to them, really.
Yeah.
Okay, any other comments? Motion is second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Item number 22, application for Progresso Operating LLC, DBA Neon Marketplace, 532 East Main Road for a holiday sales license for the 2020-2021 licensing year. This is new.
Motion to grant said license.
Second?
Yeah, motion is second to grant. Any conversation? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Item number 23, application for a special event permit, fitness summer beach camp at Third Beach Boat Ramp, beginning at June 2020 through August 31st, 2020. Tuesdays and Thursdays from 5:30 a.m. to 7:30 a.m.
Motion to grant said special event permit.
Second?
Okay, we have a motion second. Conversation.
Yes.
Okay. Counselor
I was-
Toronto.
Thank you. I was contacted by the folks that run the fitness organization permit, and I know that they've been down at Second Beach before, but I've seen some conversation going back and forth because we have someone down at Second Beach today. They were just curious if there's the ability to rotate between Third Beach and Second Beach since they were on Second Beach, but this is confining them to Third Beach. I guess Pulse is down there at this time at Second Beach. So they had asked me, is it possible the council could have us, use Second Beach and then Third Beach kind of rotate with Pulse? I said, I'll ask, but I can't guarantee anything.
Second Beach is kind of large. Why are they restricted?
Any conversation? I mean, Mr. Solicitor, you want to weigh in on that question that the Councilor Toronto asked?
I believe, has the council already issued a license to Pulse for special event license?
Correct. Pulse already has a license, and I
So-
guess coming into the meeting tonight, I had been informed by Mr. Cronin that this had been worked out between the different vendors, so I'm
It's a
surprised
mutual,
that this
it's a
issue is
mutual
being,
agreement that they worked out.
I don't know who decided to bring it up, so.
Well, maybe.
I wouldn't change, since the Pulse license is not on the docket,
Right.
I wouldn't make any changes to that existing license, particularly if they're not here. I think you've got to take this license on its own and.
Okay. All right. Yeah. They have a
If they
mutual
want to come in and
agreement.
work it out, they could come
Yeah,
and talk.
they'll work it out.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, we have a motion. It's been seconded. Any further conversation? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, item number 24, application special event permit, Peabody's Beach Enterprise, Bradley, July 4th celebration, fireworks, Peabody's Beach, Saturday, July 4th, 2020, from 6 p.m. to 11 p.m.
Motion to grant said special event permit with the following conditions.
We have a second?
Second?
Okay, before you read the conditions, Vice President, I know we have a Lawrence Frank. Lawrence, are you on? You want to make comments? Start the clock, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Name and
There
address.
was an application for a special events permit for fireworks at Peabody's Beach on July 4th, 2020. This is a private event for a select group of people. Peabody's Beach is close to and in between the Norman Bird Sanctuary and Satchwest Point Wildlife Preserve. An internet search for the words fireworks and wildlife brings up many articles and studies related to the effects of fireworks on wildlife, none of them complimentary. Universally, they cite the danger to wildlife from fireworks, not only from the noise, but from the materials left behind that pollute water and air. From animalsethics.org, quote, fireworks cause various harms to non-human animals, often affecting animals that are human companions whose reactions we can easily see. From National Public Radio Weekend, the noise that accompanies fireworks pose a threat to birds, according to Ray Brown, host of the Talking Birds podcast. Birds are spooked by any kind of loud noise. The Galapagos have banned the use of fireworks, and according to BBC, conservationists said that fireworks cause elevated heart rates, trembling, and anxiety in animals. And from Forbes, fireworks, potential negative impacts on birds and wildlife are rarely considered. What happens to wild birds during a fireworks display? In view that fireworks are often used to disperse wild birds away from airports, it is obvious that birds do not share our fondness for these small exploding missiles. Smoke from fireworks contains mixture of sulfur coal compounds and traces of heavy metals. These toxins become airborne and create dangerous levels of air and water pollution. Earlier this evening, you received a correspondence from Catherine Carbone in opposition to allowing hunting at Satchwest. Wildlife at the preserve is a sacred gift to us all. While there might be differences in the idea of fireworks in Middletown and whether they are banned outright, there should be no difference of opinion as to whether fireworks at Peabody's Beach should be permitted. They should not. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Frank. Okay, there was a motion made and was seconded. However, the Vice President, would you read in the remainder of that motion?
Yes, so I made a motion to grant the special event permit with the following conditions. Number one, follow the Parks and Beaches guidance. Number two, ensure compliance with the safety regulations, executive orders, and more particularly, the social gathering size limit for parties. Number three, ensure that you have published a COVID control plan online for people to review.
Okay. Councilors, any questions, conversation? Councilor Flynn?
Thank you, Mr. President. So I look back and Town Council did approve this event last year. And this is why it's so important for citizens to review the Town Council agenda. So they're looking at the docket with their perspective. And certainly with the attention to the Satchwest hunting situation, I think everybody's mind is more on that area and what's going on down in that area. I hadn't really thought about it last year when this came before us, but I think that it does have merit. I'm wondering, what does the Norman Bird Sanctuary have to say about that? Is this something that, is a concern enough that we want to preserve the sanctity of those two areas right on either side of Peabody's Beach? I'm also wondering what time they're actually going to, do the fireworks. They're not doing them from 6 to 11. Is this a 15-minute show, a half-hour show, an hour show? That would be one of my questions. Are we, Mr. Solicitor, are we allowed to oppose this based on location? Or can we not do that because the regulations don't say that it's not allowed?
It's a request for a special event, and you have a discretion to determine whether it's appropriate to grant that license as you would for any other special event. I think you want to take a look at it and determine some consistency with the town's policy. As you mentioned that, they did approve this last year, and the town also in that same area has put on large fireworks displays of its own. So, but it's certainly within the discretion of the council to approve or deny any special event permit.
Good point.
I'd just
Good
like to
point,
know
but
what
I
the rest
think-
of the council thinks.
But I think if there was any negative feedback, there would have been already from the Norman Bird Sanctuary. I mean, they reach out to us all the time. Deputy Clerk? Okay. Valerie? Name and address, please.
Hi, 94 Shore Drive, Valerie Gelb, Gelb. Regarding the fireworks, I just wanted to confirm the town of Middletown, it was my understanding, canceled fireworks for us citizens for 4th of July. Is that correct?
Valerie, I didn't quite hear the last part of your comment.
I wondered if you could tell me, did the town of Middletown cancel 4th of July fireworks for us citizens for this year?
We haven't addressed that yet.
Okay,
Right
and then,
now, my position on it is the finances associated with this and the financial setback we've had with COVID-19. So that's where I am on it.
Okay.
I think they're great to have, but they're not cheap to have.
yeah, okay. I just wanted to ask because I thought that the fireworks were normally at Second Beach, so Mr. Frank's argument doesn't seem to stand if it's something that we as a town have always done.
Well, we did do it last year. We gave them a special event permit for Peabody's Beach to have fireworks here. And we
Yeah.
had our own fireworks in addition to that, so,
Exactly, yeah. So, all right, thank you.
okay. Go ahead, Council Santos.
Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. This is a private beach, is it not?
You're right.
Thank you.
Council.
I'm just wondering if the council thinks that we should have those fireworks done at least by 10 o'clock completed, or can we find out what they were planning for time and how long?
Vice President.
That's what I was going to ask when I read this last night. I think that, or Saturday night, I think we need to scale back the time a little bit. I don't think it needs to be till 11 o'clock. I'm okay with the fireworks. I do agree with some of the points that were brought up by Mr. Frank, but I think that we've done it in the past. We haven't had any complaints from the bird sanctuary. We haven't had any complaints from Fish and Wildlife of any disturbances or any issues with the animals. But when I looked at it, I said 11 o'clock. And typically, I know Newport, Middletown would, as soon as it gets dark, 9:15, the fireworks go off. They last for 40 minutes, half hour, sometimes 45 minutes, maybe. I don't know, depending upon the budget or the contributions to that particular budget. But I think 10 o'clock would suffice. That's just my own opinion.
Council Lombardi.
So, yeah, I agree. 10 o'clock, and I don't have a problem with it. Given the fact that we've done it at Second Beach, and that's a really close proximity to the wildlife preserve. And I've never heard any of the people from the wildlife preserve complain or anyone else that live in that area. And I will tell you that, from a purely sympathetic point of view, I would guess, so much has been taken away from us because of this COVID thing, whether it's festivals, whether it's, celebrations and parades and all the like. I think we got to stop canceling stuff, and we got to stop putting up a roadblock in front of stuff, and give this community and our community something to look forward to. And whether it's a fireworks display at a private beach or whether it's our own display, I think we should try to do that if we can. So that's just my feeling. I'm going to support this. I think we should move forward on it.
Deputy Clerk, we have somebody? Kathy, name and address, please.
Hi, Kathy Silvera, 52 Center Avenue here in Middletown. My one question is, what about parking? Will they be utilizing our Third Beach lots and the town lots, and will they be blocking the road all the way up from Peabody up to the bird sanctuary? How's that all going to work, or is that something we can have control over?
Left to my sister, Beth.
Oh, we certainly have control over our parking facilities. I'm not really sure what they have for parking behind the bathhouses down there. How much area they have back there.
I don't think there's that much,
I'm
but
not, Kathy, I couldn't tell you, so.
that was just my question is how, I mean, because I'm sure that there's going to be more people there than just the people that are members at Peabody.
But if we look back, I mean, perhaps Mr. Brown has a recollection on what happened the last time they did it down there, if there was any issues, if the police were called. I mean, I don't recall any problems at all last year when they did it.
No, there haven't been any issues. There are people that park in the town lot and the ramp lot because the fireworks attract people from the town, some that don't attend the party at Peabody Beach. So, but it's never been problematic down there.
Okay. Council Flynn?
If it gives anybody any level of comfort, they are scaling down the event from last year. They were estimating 60 people with 20 cars, and this year they're estimating 40 people with 10 cars.
Thank you. Okay, we have a motion that's been seconded. The following conditions were read in. We want to make an additional condition that it ends, the fireworks end by 10 o'clock.
Second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, thank you. Item number 25, this is a public hearing, continued from March 16, 2020, regular meeting, and April 2020, regular meeting. Public hearing advertised, the butters notified, public hearing remains open. In order to the town of Middletown, second reading, an ordinance in revision to the comprehensive plan, community plan, proposed amendments to the town's comprehensive community plan, future land use plan, map L4 of the land use element of the Middletown Comprehensive Community Plan is amended to bring consistency between the future land use plan and the town zoning map for selected parcels fronting on Aquidneck Avenue, Brookdale Road, Barton Lane, Cottington Highway, East Main Road, Green End Avenue, Green Lane, Honeyman Avenue, Johnny Cake Hill Road, Maple Avenue, Meadow Lane, Old Airport Road, Rockwood Road, Sherman Lane, Smythe Street, Tuckerman Avenue, Underwood Lane, Valley Road, Vieira Terrace, West Main Road, and Wyatt Road. Subject parcels are identified on the attached map.
Public hearing remains open.
Second.
Okay, a motion is second to open the public hearing. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, is there anybody that'd like to make any comments from the public? Okay,
Mr.
any
President?
councilors like to make any comments?
Mr. President?
Okay. Ron Rolansky, go right ahead, Ron.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President, members of the council. I just wanted to briefly remind the council, this goes back to the meeting in early March for the first reading where I described the changes that are being proposed. It affects approximately 60 properties and is simply to bring the town's comprehensive plan, future land use map into conformance with the town zoning map. The planning board held public hearings on this matter last year. All the affected property owners were notified at that time. There was no opposition at that time. And at the public hearing first reading that the town council held back in March, you might recall that there were no members of the public or the affected property owners that expressed any concerns regarding this matter.
Thank you, Ron. Any councilors like to make any comments? Okay. Motion closed.
Motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
We have a motion and second to close the public hearing. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion to adopt.
Sorry, I was just looking at the motion to adopt said ordinance on the second reading.
Second.
Okay, a motion and second to adopt the ordinance on the second reading. Any conversation? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Item number 26, public hearing advertised, second reading, Town of Middletown, application for PY 2019 application, Project Priority Small City Community Development Block Grant, CDBG, for certain projects statewide in the amount of $5 million available to undertake a range of activities. A, improvement housing opportunities for low and moderate income families and individuals. B, provision of unemployment opportunities for low and moderate income individuals. C, provisions of community facilities and services principally benefiting low and moderate income families and facilities.
Motion to open the public hearing.
Second?
Yeah, motion second, open the public hearing. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Deputy Clerk, do we have any, one?
Yeah.
Ron, you want to make some comments?
Yeah, just briefly, the second public hearing regarding CDBG is where you'll review and you have in front of you the list of proposed projects that would be submitted with the town's community development block grant application. Just to summarize the first item, and this was referenced earlier in the meeting, request for funding for soft costs relative to pursuing development of senior affordable housing. The second item, child and family, they're on the list for seeking funding for an outdoor play area. I understand that there is consideration that they've made to perhaps not pursue that application, but it does remain on the list for the time being. Third, Lucy's Hearth request for funding for their operations. And then finally would be the administrative money. And this is money that comes through the grant program to fund the town's administration of the program. And that number will be filled in with the assistance of Church Community Housing. I believe Sean Saunders is on the call too. He may wish to add a few items.
Deputy, who do we have?
Sean Saunders.
Oh, good evening, council members.
Hey, Sean.
Hi, yeah, thank you for having me this evening. Speaking on behalf of Church Community Housing, I do want to just note one thing that definitively Child and Family have rescinded their application. So this will just be the affordable housing application that Ron spoke about, as well as the Lucy's Hearth, my apologies, service application, which I believe has gone through this process year after year with the town of Middletown with significant amounts of support.
Okay, thank you. Any councilors want to make any comment? Vice President.
Sean, what about where are we with the windows at the senior center? Wasn't that funded last year? But we didn't use it?
Mr. Brown, you have a quick answer?
It was funded a number of years ago. We did not use the funds, so those were taken back by CDBG. And what has been proposed, we had the discussion at the last meeting that where we're looking at redoing the senior complex is that the windows, doors would be part of that project, that we would apply for funding, looking at affordable housing, development of affordable housing options under this year's grant application.
Yeah, but that could be 5 years out. Not remodeling the senior center, right?
So where are we? I know we had a conversation last meeting or the meeting before. We even talked about maybe looking into like the hurricane shutters because of that hurricane glass was so expensive. I know you got a lot on your plate, but
No,
maybe we could.
we're still really at the same place where you have a project that's $300,000 to $400,000 and we lost an $80,000 grant. I mean, I think we're coming up to the budget discussion where we need to identify funding and prioritize it for the project if we're going to pay for it out of the operating budget.
Okay.
If we're not, then we need to look at a project like the senior housing to absorb that cost. But you know, again, we're just in that mode of having to find $300,000 in the upcoming budget cycle, you know, which is, it's going to be a challenge.
No, it's gonna be a challenge.
You know, at best stated. So.
Yeah, I can appreciate that. Vice President?
Yeah, so I mean, why do we have to do it all at once? Why can't we just do it in phases? And have CDBG money do it?
Because there's still, we don't even know how much we get now.
We would be reapplying. Yeah,
We'd have to
the money, the prior money is gone. So you would need to reapply. And if that's what the council desires to pursue, we can go in that direction.
Council Lombardi.
So to Paul's question, and Bob mentioned about the drop-down hurricane type shutters, I think maybe that's a more viable, affordable alternative. Maybe we replace the windows at some point with a better window that doesn't have to be hurricane glass. I mean, I'm just saying, maybe it's less expensive and something we may be able to do sooner rather than later.
It's the type of window, the building requires structural improvements for the windows.
Okay.
That's the other issue. I mean, there's layers of cost associated with it.
All about the money.
Again, I think we were looking at, and I think Mr. Frank's presentation, shows that we're looking at that entire complex and trying to develop and tie it together so that it has a uniform look. I think that's ultimately what we're trying to do. And that's what we discussed the last time is based on our challenges that it may make sense to try to tie together the window features together with the overall facility. Again, if the council desires to go in a different direction, we can start replacing windows and do it in pieces.
Thank you.
Who implemented this new hurricane standard? Is it a state thing?
No, it's the International Building Code. So it's a universal code.
Don't most people board up their windows if they know a hurricane's coming? I mean, my point is all they do is continue and continue. Someone gets a bright idea and goes, hey, this is a great idea. Let's cost the town and cities and towns more money. I don't have hurricane. I'm not sure there's one person in this room, and I could be mistaken, that has hurricane glass windows in their home because a hurricane may come.
If I'm not mistaken, Paul, they ran into the exact same issue when they replaced the windows at the senior center in Newport. They it went to the roof.
Yeah, no, but I understand that. But the point is, bottom up.
Yeah.
All these years, they've never blown in since 1917. And we've had hurricane after hurricane. So, I mean, I get it. There's a standard we have to follow. I'm not asking to break the rules. I'm asking to change them and a little common sense to prevail so it doesn't continue to cost the town, hundreds of thousands of dollars when it should cost us a fourth of that. It's just frustrating. Huh?
Aren't we digressing? I mean, let's stick.
I know. I had to get it out of my system, Mrs. Vaughn, because it's been building.
Okay, so I think, I think the prudent thing to do, if we're going to look at hurricane protection for that building, let's look at the hurricane shutters. They're a lot less money than hurricane glasses, certainly is. So, but then again, we'll talk about that at the budget time, because we have to figure out how we're going to put this, all these pieces of this budget together.
Yeah, and again, you could be 5, 6, 7 years down the road before anything happens. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, is there anybody else that'd like to speak? Okay. Motion closed.
Motion to close the public hearing.
Yeah, motion second to close the public hearing. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, item number 27, resolution of the council, REPY 2019 application, Small Cities Community Development Block Grant, approving the prioritized list of projects for submission with the town's PY 2019 CDBG application.
Motion to pass that resolution.
Second?
Okay,
Mr.
we have a motion second to pass. Any conversation? Council Flynn.
I believe Sean just told us that one project has been rescinded, so that's going to change the total on this resolution, I believe.
Okay. Is that correct? Sean, are you still on? Okay. Okay. All right, if it is,
Oh, hi. The question was, does the rescinding of the child and family application change the total amount from so it would lower that total amount by the amount of the project, which I believe was $75,000. Let me see here.
So to bring it down to 110,000.
Okay, so we can do it as amended with
Yep,
the,
as amended, and I can make that amendment on this resolution.
okay. Good. Okay, so we have a motion and a second to pass the amended resolution. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Ordinances, continued from May 26, 2020, special meeting, an ordinance of the town of Middletown. This is the first reading. An ordinance and amendment to the town code, Title 3, Administration, Chapter 34, Taxes, Section 34.10, Homestead Exemption, new section, see attached ordinance.
Motion to receive said ordinance on its first reading.
Second?
And motion and second to receive on its first reading. Conversation. Councilor Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Mr. Brown, thank you and the staff so much for pulling together all of the numbers and information that we requested at the May 26th meeting. We did get a lot of the information late. We had a great full package last April, May, when this first came up all together, all in one spot. And at the May 26th meeting, the solicitor told us that this didn't apply anymore to the new homestead ordinance that was being presented to us. So we got some information from the tax assessor and from RIPAC on May 29th, and additional information between last Thursday and right up till today, which, I know it's a extraordinary effort, do appreciate it, but it is hard to digest it all, in a time crunch. So I just wanted to make that point. And I just want to ask Councilor Lombardi, if he could explain in taxpayer terminology how the homestead exemption is calculated.
I think Mr. Brown could explain the calculations better than I could.
I would
mean, you
rather
got
to hear it
the
from you,
information-
Councilor Lombardi, actually, to make sure that this is,
My understanding, in a nutshell, is that the homestead will be based on the valuation of your home, based on a revaluation, and every 3 years, it will be recalculated based on the valuation of your home. I think if you want to get down into the nuts and bolts and the numbers, again, maybe Mr. Brown would be better to explain that to you. But I think it's pretty simple as far as I'm concerned. And I'm going to tell you, Terry, every time we put this out here, I've been following emails now since the last meeting, and the bar gets raised and the bar gets raised, and more questions come up and more calculations for Mr. Brown come up and for the solicitor to add to it. And, in my estimation, here's what the bottom line is. The purpose of the homestead exemption is to provide tax relief to the full-time residents of Middletown. That's the basis of this. And the taxpayers these are the taxpayers that make Middletown their primary residence, that invest in our community on a year-round basis. They support our local businesses all year long. They go to our local restaurants, which increases the town share of the meal and beverage taxes. And I just want to provide tax relief to full-time residents of this town. And without getting into the nuts and bolts, I want somebody in this room to tell me what's wrong with that particular premise. What is wrong with trying to provide a tax incentive to our seniors and to our young families and to everyone else in between, to the people who've been contributing to this community, some of them longer than I've been alive. And, I know that there's going to be another item later on in the docket to increase the senior exemptions. And everyone in this room knows that I would never oppose that. I sat on the committee with Councilor Toronto and Councilor Santos when we increased the senior exemptions the last time, and it was the right thing to do. But the bottom line is, this proposal is more beneficial, and I'll just focus on the seniors for a second, because they'll get a homestead exemption, they'll get the senior exemption, whether we increase it or not, and they will, in some cases, they will get veterans exemptions. And again, somebody tell me what's wrong with that, because I don't understand it. I really want to hear it. And I got emails here today, well, the last 48 hours, I counted, I don't know, 6 or 8 of them. And the majority of those were from one neighborhood, 2 streets. And not all of them, but a good majority of them. And they all brought up the exact same issues. It was almost like they were being fed information, and some of it's misinformation. But the fact of the matter is that they're not full-time residents here. Matter of fact, I can tell you at least 3 of them, not to quote them, but I bought this home with the intention of retiring here, with the intention of becoming a full-time resident. Well, when that time comes, they'll benefit from this. But until that happens, then so be it. But this proposal, I will say it one more time, is about our full-time residents. It's about our seniors and our young people. It's about giving them, and especially now with families who sometimes, in some cases, both are not working and they're unemployed. And they're going to have a hard time making ends meet. And while this won't work for this particular budget cycle, we need to help those people that live in this town all the time. 25% unemployment. 25%. That's what we're talking about right now. And you know what this is doing right now? As I look at some of these emails, it's creating a class warfare is what it's doing. And that's not good, especially with the climate in this country right now today, with what's going on. We need to take care of our people. And they are the full-time residents in this town that have contributed a heck of a lot more than I probably have, to be honest with you, deserve to be taken care of.
So Councilor Lombardi, you can't explain the calculation of the homestead exemption in layperson's terms. And that's part of my point. I do want to, the bottom line is not wrong. Nobody argues that the year-round,
vote for it, Terry,
excuse me.
and stop
I would
telling
like
me
to
it's
be,
not
I would
wrong.
like to be heard. I
One at
think
a
I have
time.
the floor.
You have the
Thank
floor.
you, Mr. President. So I do want to address the 4 emails that we did get today, just very briefly.
More than that.
Well, I've got
2 days.
Well, I've got copies of 4 from our town clerks.
Maybe they didn't
So,
need
you know, these are, you know, written by non-residents. I understand they rent their homes in the winter, only use them in the summer. And they say they're saving the town money by not using the schools and the services, police and fire. And they oppose, you know, the homestead exemption as a targeting mechanism. You know, some of them have family homes. They've been generational here. And I get that. But what I want to tell them before I continue addressing the homestead issues is that they also don't contribute to the goals of Middletown to have more of a year-round economy and to reduce the dark neighborhoods. So that's, I just want them to know that, you know, there are other issues at play here. So one of the things that I want to address with the homestead, and that Councilor Lombardi can't really explain the calculation because it is complicated. And, you know, I just want to read from something that Providence responded. I had asked, you know, to get some information from Providence, who they had a homestead exemption program and they dropped it in 2013. At the same time, the city moved to a system with 2 tax rates, an owner-occupied rate and a non-owner-occupied rate. So there's other ways to accomplish what we're all trying to do here, Councilor Lombardi. So by eliminating the homestead, the city felt it was simplifying the administrative process. It lacked the staff to continuously adjust the tax rolls. And there was concern that offering a full rebate to new homeowners without collecting from the non-exempt would cause a major revenue shortfall. And as a matter of fact, RIPEC Their general view, excuse me, is that homestead exemptions are inconsistent with certain principles of sound property tax policy. Specifically, under a homestead exemption system, property owners who may use more local services actually pay less in taxes. And typically, lower income renters are lower income than homeowners, and they would end up bearing a greater tax burden. Homestead exemptions add administrative complexity because it is complex, and sound tax principles say it should be simple. Every taxpayer should be able to calculate it and understand it. So at the May 26th meeting, I actually reiterated sound tax policy, according to RIPEC, is tax policy that is simple, transparent, neutral, and predictable. At that last meeting, I asked why you removed the 5% floor from the exemption minimum. And you answered to give the council flexibility, or the future councils, that, if this were an ordinance, they would be administering. And the issue with that is that includes a flexibility to have 0% homestead exemption. So the ordinance could, one assessment period, have 20% exemption, 5% the next, and maybe 0% indefinitely. I think this defeats the core principle of predictability for a tax policy. So it's not simple. It can't be explained to the taxpayer. It's not transparent or predictable. That's two strikes for sound tax policy. I'm very disturbed about moving forward. Now, as evidenced by Providence, there are simpler tax mechanisms that accomplish the same thing, that will give relief to our year-round residents. And many mechanisms have been brought up here in council meetings within the last year. On April 17th, 2019, I myself brought forward neighborhood stability ideas. Additional tax alternatives were suggested by citizens in attendance at the October 17th, 2019 tax reform RIPEC presentation at Gaudet Middle School. On October 28th in 2019, we had a tax revenue forum. And on February 1st, 2020, we had a tax methods workshop. There's been plenty of other ideas floating around that would accomplish this, something we do all want. I think we all want it with sound tax principles. So to summarize, 6 facts that are glaring to me. Much of the information for tonight we've received within the last 5 days. It's too complicated to be explained or understood how it's calculated by a council member who's presenting it, never mind a taxpayer. Number 3, it's not predictable, as it allows any council to set the exemption to 0%, which is no exemption at all. Rhode Island Public Expenditure Council summarizes that homestead exemptions are not sound policy. They're not simple, transparent, or predictable. Providence eliminated theirs and chose an alternate tax mechanism. So this very council has heard many other tax alternatives over the last year that will offer relief that will be more targeted to those that need it. And those tax alternatives should have been equally reviewed, given the weaknesses of a homestead exemption compared to sound tax policy. There's simply more evidence presented to oppose the homestead exemption than to support it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. President.
Council Lombardi.
Mr. Brown, you and I had a discussion the other day regarding the letter from RIPEC. I had a concern about it. You know that. Could you provide us with your view on what RIPEC said in there, specifically how it applies to Middletown?
I don't have the letter in front of me. I'm sorry.
You mentioned one of the things you mentioned was that two-family. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe Mr. Toronto has it. Regarding communities that are two-family predominant and second home communities.
So the RIPEC letter, we did discuss this the other day. I think, RIPEC we've talked about RIPEC quite a bit in this room. And I think in the same way they looked at the tax proposal that came forward from the exploratory committee, they look at the homestead exemption program as, again, a policy that they frown upon. So the third sentence in their sentence, they talk about the fact that Middletown, they understand why a town like Middletown would look at a homestead exemption because of the large number of second homes we have. I think when they talk about this, they're looking at the fact that this is not an unusual thing to look at for a community like Middletown. We do have a large number of homes that are occupied year round, but we have, a large number of homes that are second homes for people. It's the same reason why Narragansett would have looked at it. We have a similar profile as communities. So it's not an unusual program. Homestead program is part of the state statutes that exist in the state of Rhode Island already. It's part of our state's tax system. And while we're talking about what changed in Providence, there's also been the discussion about what's happened in Narragansett, and they're continuing to utilize the program. So there are two sides to the coin. I think Narragansett is a closer match community-wise than comparing Middletown to Providence. RIPEC's general view of homestead exemptions are inconsistent with certain principles of sound property tax policy. Specifically, under a homestead exemption system, property owners who may use more local services such as education pay less. They, fire, police services. I think the part, these are my opinions, the part that RIPEC doesn't look at is that people that aren't here year round don't spend their money year round in the town. They don't necessarily support local businesses in that regard. This gets back to a concept that's also been discussed in this room quite a bit, which is the dark houses, the dark neighborhoods. So while they may not use the services, they also don't necessarily contribute the same amount of money back into the community. Renters bearing the responsibility of taxes is an issue that RIPEC brought up. And in the hearings that we've had, there's been a number of people who have brought up the fact that renters don't pay the taxes, the landlords pay the taxes. The rent that is established by a landlord is driven by the market itself. Just because I have higher expenses doesn't necessarily mean I can increase my rent indefinitely. So again, there's a point that they're making. Yes, it will cause more pressure as a landlord is looking to cover the margin that they want to make, but ultimately the market will determine the rent on a property. I think the last sentences, they talk about economic distortions, turnover of homes, things like that. The homestead exemption in Narragansett hasn't so far seemed to cause any of these issues. Again, the homestead exemption not being, as RIPEC would say, something that would be unusual for a community like Middletown or a community like Narragansett to adopt. So, again, we've been having these discussions. We've had the discussions about the systems that have been proposed. Each one of them is going to have pros and cons. But back to what a homestead exemption is, at the end of the day, it's to provide the full-time residents of a community a tax break. It's just that simple. It's a very straightforward policy. I don't think it's complicated for people to understand. So I think, again, RIPEC makes points. There are points to consider. But there's different lenses to look at that data, and there's different perspectives that can be gained as you look at it. So that's what we discussed.
So as I look at this, and respectfully, we're going to agree to disagree, and I receive that respectfully. And again, as I look at, and Terry, you bring up a point, and I mentioned this in a response to an email to a person who emailed me about, retirement home and eventually wanted to make a home here and be a full-time resident. This council, I think collectively, is concerned about dark neighborhoods, is concerned about the degrading of our neighborhoods in general. And, the same person made a good point, or made a point to me. I don't know if it was a good point, that you're going to have one neighbor here and paying more taxes, and one neighbor here who's going to be, who's a full-time resident, it's their primary home. And it's going to create a division between the neighbors. Well, the fact of the matter is that I want to know who my neighbors are. I want to know that they're there full-time. I don't want somebody moving in May or April and leaving in October, or not knowing who's going to rent that house out and what I'm going to be dealing with from, day to day and week to week and month to month at the peak time of the year when I want to enjoy my property. So yeah, I want more full-time residents here. And yes, I want those people who bought properties here to become full-time residents sooner rather than later, because we need to, I don't want this to become a second home community. And the longer we put things like this off, the longer we do this and don't incentivize people living here all year round, the longer we do that, the faster we're going to become a second home community. It's going to happen faster. It's happening fast now. We all see it and you can't deny it. It's happening neighborhood by neighborhood. So again, respectfully, I get it. I understand. I get a little emotional once in a while, but I believe in this. I believe that it's good for the town. I believe it's good for the people who settle here and live here. So again, when we look at it, when we look at Councilor Toronto's proposal later about the seniors, I will not oppose increasing the senior exemptions. We need to help our seniors, but we can help them more in the long run by giving them 3 exemptions for those of them that are veterans than just increasing 1. It makes sense. And I don't understand what's wrong with that. We can figure this out. The council that comes down the road after us, if they need to tweak it, they can tweak it. It can be figured out, but let's get it on the books. We're not going to implement it this year, but put it there. This is the second, I'm in the second term of trying to get this through. Okay. This started before in my second term when I was on the council. And I put it off out of respect to the Tax Exploratory Committee because they asked me to do it. Councilor Toronto asked me to do it. And, and we've had iteration after iteration of this. We need to move it forward.
Okay.
So, thank you.
Mr. President,
Councilor Santos.
I'll make it very brief. Mr. Lombardi, you clarified something up for me that I was on the borderline. Now, you said the taxpayer who is year-round would get the homestead, would get the senior benefit exemptions, but you also mentioned tonight, and I've been trying to find it, if a person is entitled to a veteran's exemption due to the husband being in the service, where is that? Is it in here?
No, it's already addressed in the, with the senior exemptions and the veterans exemptions. The ordinance that you and Dennis and I worked on
Okay.
together, it's addressed in there.
But it's not in this particular.
It is,
ordinance.
it isn't, and I don't think it's germane to this ordinance, is it?
It doesn't need to be. This ordinance does not preempt any other exemption that a taxpayer might otherwise have, such as a senior exemption or veterans exemption.
All
So
right,
this would
my
be in
second-
addition to that and not in lieu of that.
And my second part, and I'll be very quick about it, Mr. President. I also received numerous emails from people who only live here 4, 5, 6 months of the year. and their main concern was they don't use the facilities that the full-time residents use. But that's wrong. True, they do not use the schools, but if they have an emergency at home, someone is sick, they call fire department, EMTs, they use that facility. Number two, they have a prowler around their house, they call the police, they use that facility. So therefore, the fire department people have to get paid, the police department has to get paid. Now, if they don't live there, but they do rent in the wintertime, and if we have snow or ice, the streets have to be plowed. These summer residents use the roads. Those roads have to be maintained. So they can't say they don't use the facilities, they do. Thank you.
Okay.
Question?
Council Flynn, I'm going to hold you to the time this time. I'm not going to let you go past.
A very quick
3
question
minutes you have
for
this time.
Mr. Brown, who said that the homestead was simple. So perhaps you can explain the calculation in layperson's terms for the taxpayers.
Sure, the exemption amount is equal to well, the council would set a percentage between 0 and I believe 20%.
20%.
20%. So you take the value of your assessed house, you multiply the value by the percentage, and that is the amount that is exempted from your valuation that the levy is calculated on.
And how do you calculate your actual tax bill from that?
You take your assessment, you divide it by 1,000 and multiply it by the tax rate. Just like you do now.
And the tax rate is determined annually, correct?
The tax rate is determined annually by the town council.
Correct. So you have no predictability in
No,
this
I
scenario.
wouldn't agree. You know, we use this word predictability in this room, and I think it's misused. The budget is predictable in the sense that it goes through a process. It's limited by the amount of expenditures that the council can generate. There's the ability for the public to participate in the budgetary process. 80% of the budget is labor contracts, which the town council agrees on. So I don't want to participate in a discussion with this idea that there's predictability issues when, quite frankly, after managing the town's finances for 21 years, I think, and you can see it in our ability to manage the tax rates, especially I think since I've been the administrator, we haven't raised taxes. We've been able to stay on a glide of 2%, and this council's been on a glide of 0%. It's just good financial management. So I just, I think the area where we key in on about predictability is the revaluation. That's the sticking point for predictability. But even then, I'd say if I bought a house on the west side of town, it's more predictable because I know the value of my house isn't going to appreciate at the same rate as a house that's right next to the water, which will have a much greater appreciation. Is that predictable? I think it is. So I just don't want to get caught up in this deposition style questioning of whether something's predictable or not predictable. I clearly want to say that, I don't agree with your definition of it.
So, Mr. Brown, I guess I wasn't clear in that particular question. I wasn't talking about the town's budget and tax bill predictability. I was actually talking about the homeowners, because, we are a community filled with seniors or about to be seniors, and they have to do their financial planning, and they may have to look out 10, 15, 20 years ahead. And this particular mechanism does not allow them to do that with confidence.
I would disagree with that statement. Again, predictability of the homeowner, what you're talking about, the concern, in a large part is a function of the home they decided to buy and where they decided to buy it. You can buy a home in Middletown that doesn't appreciate under the current tax system in a manner. I think when you buy your home, I think you have an idea that this is a home that's going to appreciate in value in a rapid way or in a very slow way. That's predictable.
I think sound tax policy, it wouldn't matter what home you bought. You would be able to have some predictability
I just, again, the deposition style of questioning, I'm going to stand firm in sort of how I look at this. I think homeowners make a decision about how, where they live over this long term. And sometimes people make decisions to live in homes that don't appreciate in a rapid way so that they can afford them over the long term. Whereas other people have a home that will appreciate over time. And they're going to have to make decisions in their life to be able to afford that over that period of time.
Yeah, if I can't run numbers or propose to someone that they can't, that they can run numbers 10, 15, 20 years out, it's not sound tax policy. It's not predictable.
But I think if people buy homes to be there for a long period of time, they're using the common, it's like saying they don't have common sense. I think people have common sense when they buy homes. I think people have common sense when they say, this is the mortgage I'm going to have to pay when I live in this part of Middletown versus this what I can afford to pay on this side of Middletown. I think it's not sincere to say that it's unpredictable or it's sort of out of hand. I think you have to give people credit that they're buying homes that they can afford.
Okay, we're going, can we move on now?
Yes.
Have you done deposing the town administrator? Can we move on?
It should be calculatable, period.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Vice President, you want to make some comments?
I do. Just real quick. Rick, you asked the question, what's wrong with wanting to give tax relief? Simple answer, nothing wrong with that, right? It's how we're going about it and can we afford to do that? And so it's not free, as we know, somebody's going to pay for it. So based off what Sean sent us, the 2018 baselines, if you look at the percentages, 0%, 5%, 10%, 20% available to go up based upon assessments and who the council is, right? The decisions they make. If you look at the current mill rate for residential at right now 1364. If we go up 5%, it goes up to 1396. If we go up 10%, give a 10% exemption, the mill rate goes up to 1431, which is an increase. At 5%, it's an increase of 42 cents. At 10%, it's an increase of 89 cents. And at 20%, it goes to 1505, which is an increase of, 32 cents, 67 cents, and 20. And at 20%, it's $1.41 increase. So it's going up because somebody has to pay for it, and that's the residential side. On the commercial side, the current mill rate or tax rate is 1806. So if it was 0, it would obviously stay at that. If it was 5%, it would go up 42 cents to 1848. If it went up, if we granted a 10% homestead exemption, it would go up 89 cents to 1895. And if it was granted a 20% homestead exemption on the high end, it would go up to 1993, which is $1.97. I'm not sure in this economic climate. I think it's a great idea, believe me. And I want to raise my hand, but in good financial discipline over the years and the timing of the current economic climate, it's not free. Somebody's going to pay for it. So we're going to raise it up, but give them a discount. I just like to see what we'd be gaining by doing that. I mean, given the fact that there'll be a new council by the time next year rolls around when this thing's even implemented. So I'm not sure we're going to, is everyone in this room, would they raise the hand? You know, let me just see based off of Sean's numbers he sent the other day, I just found it interesting that, let's see, it would cost us at, obviously 0%, it costs us nothing. At 5%, it would cost $77,184. At 10%, it costs the town $154,200. $369 if you round up. And at 20%, it costs the town $737,722. And to me, we don't know where we're going to end up with this whole economic COVID thing. And that's the biggest part that bothers me. So there's timing, there's a lot of variables for me right now that just, it's the first reading, I get it, of the revised one. It's just, somebody's paying for it, and it doesn't make sense to raise it, but then give a discount and then hit the businesses who can't afford it right now. And I don't mean the word hit. They have the, and the flip side of that, they do have the ability to pass it on. But there's a lot of people and a lot of businesses struggle. I get where you're going, and I totally respect what you're trying to do. I mean that sincerely from my heart. But I'm struggling with this right now.
Mr. President?
Council Lombardi,
So very obviously,
3 minutes.
the next council will deal with this, and they'll have the ability to adjust any way they feel necessary. I guess maybe I'm the every eternal optimist that I believe that while this COVID has hit us, particularly our businesses, particularly hard, and people who are unemployed, particularly hard, I think unlike a normal recession, and again, I'm no whiz bang with numbers, but I think we will recover quicker from this than we would from the Great Recession that we had several years back. Maybe we won't. Maybe we won't, because there'll be businesses going up that will not come back. And I know that, it's a given. So I think at the end, what we do is we give them the tool. We give the council the tool to use down the road, and they make the decision. You know, I'm sure that, you know, there will be some people in this room that will be here with the next council, and I would hope that they would make the right decision, no matter what. But, I mean, again, I just think I know it's numbers, and I know it's a very particularly hard time, but it's not with this budget anyway, that we're going to be discussing. So.
Okay. Council Von Villas.
Yes. Mr. Rodrick?
Yes.
I don't often agree with you, but tonight I do agree with you with what you said, because I very much worry about
write
the
that down, please?
economic issues right now.
No.
Okay? I too am very supportive of this particular concept, but I am also very concerned about budgeting and what's going to happen with the town, the state, the country in terms of the economy. And I think for us to make any kind of a commitment at any time now having to do with finances is maybe a little premature. So while I definitely support the concept and going down the line, I'm not sure that right now is the time to do it. And I'm the person who always likes to get things done. So for me to turn around and back up and say, wait, is very unusual. But I do think at this point, that's what we should be doing. That's the ethical and the good thing that we should be doing.
Okay, any other comments? Council Toronto.
So if I agree with Paul, then you would be agreeing with me in essence.
What?
If I agree with what Paul said, and you said you agreed with Paul, then you
Right.
would be agreeing with me. If I agree with Paul.
Well, if you want to interpret it that way. You'll never hear me say those words. but I-
Oh, there you go.
I'm trying to get it
There you
indirect.
go.
I was trying to get indirect here. Rick, I want to thank you for putting this out there and being on this. I'll try to make this really quick, but you guys, I've been working on this tax reform for years, and I've been trying to work with the public and work with the council, work with RIPAC, work with Sean, the administration, to try to come up with something that's going to help Middletown stay affordable keep our full-time residents here and send people to be full-time residents, but try to make it fair across the board so that we're not dividing people. We're not saying we got full-time residents and part-time residents and lower income and higher income. I think there's tools that we can work with. I don't think this tool, when we looked at it through the tax committee, and we looked at this, our charter was to make sure that would fund the town and that would give more, Sean doesn't care for this word today, predictability. Because we can't control market values. We can't control inflation. We can't control who moves in next door. All we can really do is control what the town's doing. And if everyone could be tied to what the town's doing, where the town only needs 2% or 3% or 0, I think it's fair that everybody's taxes sort of stay in that realm. Right now, the current system will raise people's taxes by 15 to 20%. And it will lower people's taxes, even though the town doesn't need any additional revenue. That is not a good system. Okay? So we're trying to find a tax methodology that could assist. I want to give I've had so many people say, I'm a full-time resident. I want to be recognized for that. I'm here year round. I'm supporting Middletown, and they want to be recognized. And I think it's important. But we're throwing numbers around like 20%, 10%. In fact, we're not even planning on using this. So I'm not sure why, I mean, I think we should spend more time on this and trying to figure out if this is a tool we should use. I don't think we just vote on it, put it out there in case some other council wants to use it. I think we could do more due diligence and understand, you know, what the impact of this is, good and bad. Narragansett is actually looking to lower their homestead this year because of financial issues.
They have the ability to do that.
I know, but when they lower it, those people who got the exemption now have to come up with that additional money. So you can have I ran some numbers. I sent an email, and I did want to find out if RIPEC did any studies on this. And I know when I proposed, or the committee proposed changes, the first thing this council wanted was RIPEC to study this document, to study our changes and come back with their opinion. Well, we got their opinion. One, they never even looked at homestead. So how are we going to implement something RIPEC's not even looked at? We got a 1 paragraph, okay? And in here, they say, just real briefly, in a quick email, no formal document, they basically are not supporting it. And they're saying that it's not sound property tax policy. Mrs. Von Villis, one of your biggest concerns with the changes we were proposing was it was going to pass a tax burden onto the lower income people. They say it right here. It's going to pass the tax burden onto lower income people. It says it right in this document. So I'm not saying whether this is a good or bad thing, because we got to do something. But I would recommend that we don't rush into this and maybe set up a special meeting to talk about this homestead where we can hear from the residents, we can hear from the businesses, we can hear from the non-resident, the non-full-time people, and open it up. Because this council is not even going to use this. So I don't know why we would want to rush through it and put it there for them to use. If they want to use it, we can very easily, if I make it there next year on the council or whoever's up there, can always apply for it if that's the tool we want to use, if we find out how we feel it will work best for Middletown. Another thing I put in my email to Sean to ask for is some modeling. I mean, when we looked at the changes that we were proposing, RIPEC put 3 models together, went back 18 years and said, okay, this is what it would look like. I asked to see if we could go back and say, if we had a homestead in place over the last 15 years, what would it look like? You really can't put a model together. You have to make a lot of assumptions because you can't control the market value of homes. You can't control who's renting and who's not renting. I mean, there's a lot of pieces to it and what the budget's going to be. So I actually put an Excel spreadsheet together and looked at it. And the real shocker is, if all of a sudden the council, and this is just one of the things we have to discuss, if the council did give a 20% reduction on their assessment, and the way you have it is then they get 20, 20, and the third year, there's a reassessment that comes into play again. And then let's say the reassessment goes up 15% on somebody's property. And the council says, we're not giving any homestead. Even though you got 20% the years before, their taxes could go up close to $2,000 on the $350,000 home because it just comes right back. So there's no, if you said this is 20% and it's going to be 20% forever, then there's predictability. Write it into the chart. But just to let the council decide, just like Narragansett's going to say, hey, sorry, I know we gave you 10% last year, the year before. This year, you're not going to get anything because we've got some tough times. Well, that's not going to help some people because they're going to have to come up with an extra 10% plus. So I think we got to look at those as, that's a little bit of a shortfall of this homestead. And so I just think that we need to do a lot more due diligence on this homestead and take a look at it. And I do want to help the full-time residents. I do want to help the seniors. So I have to agree, with what's a lot has been said here. I just don't think the timing's right now. And I just don't want to increase taxes on certain people and the residents in the town. And I did get a lot of emails and a lot of good sense, and it looked like a lot of feedback. I think a lot of people want to get involved and participate and try to figure out how this would work best. So I would like to make a motion that we hold a special meeting about homestead.
We'll entertain that motion.
Okay.
Just hang on to it. We have, 4 people want to talk? Okay, who's the first one? Who is it? Lawrence Frank, name and address, please.
Lawrence Frank, 8 O'Donnell Road, Middletown. I'd like to say that while I am in full support of Mr. Lombardi's idea for a homestead exemption, clearly it has to be part and parcel of a more comprehensive tax reform proposals for the town. Other things that we've talked about in the past are commercial tax rates for all rental properties and higher tax rates for non-resident homeowners. These, along with a homestead exemption, should be part and parcel of a long-standing and needed discussion of how to address the financial challenges the town is under. Thank you.
Okay. Who's next, Deputy Clerk? Anton Viveras, name and address, please. Who's next? David, name and address.
Hello, David Maloof. I'm here at 83 Shore Drive. Good evening. We have a history.
David,
of over 100
we
years as a
cannot
family-owned
hear you.
home. And yes. Oh,
We cannot hear you, David. You're broken up.
can you hear me now? Hello?
We can hear you now.
You can hear me now. Okay. So my name is David Maloof. We have a family home at 83 Shore Drive and a history here on Aquidneck Island of over 100 years and multiple generations. As I see, but I live in Connecticut, where my business is, most of the year. As I see our current tax rate, assuming if we're here 3 months of the year, because we're using 1/3 of the services, but we're still paying 100% of the current property tax rate. I think the actual number's higher because we don't have our children in the schools, which is of course the biggest expense. So what this really does is to take an already highly inequitable system and make it more inequitable. And let's not call it a homestead exemption. What this really is to codify geographic prejudice. So where you live, if you're one step over the border in either direction, Massachusetts or Connecticut, you now will pay more than someone whose permanent home is in Middletown. The bottom line is that we are already paying at a rate of 400% on average of the tax rate of a permanent resident when we're here for 3 months. And by the way, this will not make for more permanent residents.
David, I have to ask you to wrap it up. You just ran out of time. I'm going to give you about another 15 seconds. Wrap it up.
Okay, thank you. I think the homes will simply be replaced by higher tech money, which will still be from out of state, and you will lose the Rhode Island families. Thank you.
Okay, Madam Clerk, who else we have? Mr. Viveras, are you on? Okay. The mic's been opened up, but your name and your address, please.
Hello? Yeah, this is John Bagwell, 587 Tuckerman Avenue.
Good evening, John. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. First of all, I think the council has really one question before it, and it's been expressed briefly by Sean, and that is, does the town council support tax relief for properties owned by someone who makes this their primary residence? I'm looking back at the other thing I'd like to point out is that Councilman Rodriguez seemed to start talking about impact on commercial taxes. The proposal will impact residential properties only, as I understand it. And looking back at some information that George Jorgen put together several months ago, it would be corrected. It has not been updated. But a 15% reduction in the assessment, 15% exemption, would save the owner of a typical home valued at $352,000, the average home, would save that resident about $560 a year. And it would end up increasing the tax for, say, a second homeowner by $200 a year. So, I mean, if we just stop talking about tax policy and philosophies and get right down to it, what is the impact? I mean, especially at this time of tax uncertainty, the homestead exemption should be cheered by those that are primary homeowners. And those are the people that I think we should focus on. For somebody that owns a typical home to cut his taxes by $560 a year, he'll send back and he's going to send letters and probably vote for each of you twice. Anyway, I mean, I have no idea why there's even a second thought about this thing in the event you're interested in providing tax relief to those whose homes are their primary residence. Thanks for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Bagwell. Is Mr. Viveras ready? Because we're going to move on. Valerie, put Valerie on. Let's move along.
Valerie, can you hear me?
Go ahead, Valerie.
Thank you. Valerie Gelb, 94 Shore Drive. I just really would like to understand where we as residents can get the information that the council people were referring to, such as how many properties are second homes, what percentage of those are rentals, what's the impact on the town property values. Where would we get that data and information you were all referring to so that we have it for the next go round?
If there's a next go around.
Oh, okay. May not be, huh? Okay. Where do we get that information?
Why don't you give the clerk's office a call during the daytime? They'll refer you to the right people.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else, Deputy Clerk? Anton Viveras, are you on? Okay, so be it. Okay, we have a motion that's been seconded to receive the said ordinance on its first reading. Any further conversation?
Mr. President.
Council Lombardi.
I'll make it short. This is the first reading. If there needs to be any clarification for any of my fellow councilors, I would encourage you to move this on to a second reading, and let's get some clarifications. If you have any concerns, any of you, then maybe it would behoove us, or behoove you to contact the town administrator and maybe get some clarification. I'm just saying, move it to a second reading. I'm willing to let the chips fall where they may at that point. But to be fair, Mrs. Gelb brought up a good point. Let's get the data to the residents of this town so they can see it. I think that's fair. And I'm asking you all to be fair in that point. We get a second reading at this. You get a second shot at this apple. And again, with the will of this council and the majority is so be it. I will live with that. But I'm asking you to at least give it that second chance and give the public an opportunity to weigh in. This is a very difficult way. Mr. Viveris deserves an opportunity to speak, and he can't even do that tonight. And I don't always agree with Anton, but the fact of the matter is, it's not right. There may be other people that want to speak up. And maybe at the next meeting, maybe we'll have an opportunity to improve on this system so that can happen.
Point well
So
taken.
I think we need to move it
But
on to the next
That
meeting.
is the life that we're going through right now with this Zoom and with.
I know. I get
It
it.
is what it is.
I know.
We stop, we go stagnant, we don't accomplish nothing.
Just let's give
Council
them
Von
an
Bills.
opportunity.
I support the idea of a second reading. I mean, if we had to vote on it right now, I would not vote for it. But I do think it deserves a second reading.
I'll second that.
Well, relax. We have partial motions all over the place.
Okay, sorry.
I just want to comment.
Councilor Flynn.
You pointed, so I started. My
No, go ahead.
apologies. I just wanted to comment on Council Lombardi's perspective, and it's not that I disagree, Council Lombardi, truly. However, the issue is, if we didn't have so many other things to catch up on, and it wasn't horrendous timing, we could do a public forum like Councilor Toronto suggested to get the people involved and to discuss it. My issue is that, we're having meetings weeks in a row to catch up on stuff, and there's so many other, critical things. I'm wiped out. I have to be honest with you. And I just don't know, I just think it's not appropriate right now that it stay on our docket. There's a lot of things that could have been weeded out and reprioritized, and I just think we have to let it go for right now. I'm sorry.
There's a reason why you get two readings. And that's one of the reasons. We should be able to reconsider and have people get some more information. That's all I'm asking for. I understand that it may not happen the next time, but
I wouldn't even want a reading. If we were going to continue
Okay.
pursuing it, I
I'm
would
gonna-
want
I'm
a
gonna-
public
I'm
forum.
going to call timeout to this. Okay, we're going back and forth. Okay, is anybody want to say something different in regards to this? I'll entertain it, not the same thing. Okay. Council Toronto. Yes, sir. Probably about 30 minutes ago, you started your motion.
Yes.
Yeah, you want to make a motion?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay. Again,
Although we have one that's been seconded already that we have to finish.
Yes.
Okay, so you want to make, go ahead. You want to make a motion?
yes. And again, just to preference this, I think this is something, a tool that we can use. And I just want to really understand it better and do my homework and see how it's good for Middletown. Okay?
Yep.
That's where my hesitation is. All my questions. were
Okay, you've been
answered.
there
I'd
already.
be excited to make this move because I am about tax reform. But right now, I'd like to make a motion that we have a special meeting focused primarily on homestead to see how we can benefit from this in Middletown for our residents. So it's a special meeting focused primarily on this.
Okay. And you do understand it's going to be via the internet. You're not going to have people in front of you. You do understand
Or
that.
maybe we wait until it opens up.
Maybe we could.
I don't think.
However,
rush
all
this.
right. Do we have a second? Okay. No second. Motion fails. Okay. We have a motion and a second to receive the said ordinance on its first reading. Any new conversation?
Um,
Go ahead.
It's not new, but I just want to, I agree with Barbara. That's not reciprocating you agreeing with me earlier. It's just.
You guys are really getting huggy
I
tonight.
think, he's my high school teacher. So I think that this is actually the second go-around
Oh, yeah.
of homestead.
It's more than that, I think.
However, maybe the third. However, out of respect to Councilman Body and the fact that some people just can't call in. I'm glad you said that because I wasn't going to vote. So I think get people the information, and probably still not going to change my mind unless something changes, but I'm going to support it going to a
Okay.
second reading.
Okay. We
I
have,
think that's right.
we have a motion in a second. Does anybody want to add anything new to this conversation? Okay. All right. All in favor of receiving the said ordinance on its first reading signify by saying
Aye.
aye. Opposed?
I'm opposed.
We have one
Based on
opposed.
the
You,
priorities of the
Flora,
council,
against.
please put that in the
Huh?
minutes.
You're good for
Wendy?
the second reading? So you got the
Did you get all
count,
that?
Madam Clerk?
Yes, I have one opposed.
One opposed. Okay.
Opposed, due to the priorities of the council.
Council Flynn's
I request
opposed
that be
to
in the minutes,
receive it, first reading. Okay. All right. Thank you. Item number 29, memorandum of the town solicitor, revised mobile food establishment ordinance.
Motion to receive said memorandum.
Second?
Here, motion and second to receive. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Item number 30, an ordinance of the town of Middletown. It's the first reading, an ordinance and amendment to the town code, Title 11, Business Regulation, Chapter 113, Food Service, the attached ordinance.
Motion to receive said ordinance on its first reading.
Second.
Okay, conversation. Council Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you, Mr. Regan, for getting this all together on the food truck issue. So, Mr. Brown, does Middletown still have the 24 food truck permits that are out right now?
We have no permits out right now.
Okay, so how many typically, or when they all expired, did we have? Was it 20? Was it 20?
We would have had the 2024.
Okay, 20 to 24. So the current ordinance draft only allows for 17, if I did my math correctly. And, you know, again, I just don't know who's going to decide which 7 food trucks are going to go out of business. And, you know, who's going to tell Mr. Ashley, who called in last time we spoke about this, that, you know, even though he put thousands into his truck upgrade, he's out of business now. It was all for naught. You know, at council's June 1st meeting, we didn't want to add to the unemployment rolls by putting businesses out of business at this time. Again, this is part of it's a timing issue. So I think the right thing to do is to keep it at 24 for now. Let's look at it next year, or who's ever here, look at it next year. I don't know if you can put a time frame on ordinances, so they have to be looked at. And then let that council decide if 17 is better, or 15 or 12. I just can't, I don't feel right about pulling businesses out from under people's feet right now. Thank you.
Any further conversation? Council Lombardi.
So I think this is a compromise. I absolutely heard what the gentleman from Castaway said, and I don't want to see him or anyone else go out of business. I mean, I think it's a stretch to think that we're going to get 24 at any given time. I think this is a reasonable number, a workable number. And I think if we follow what our neighboring community did, they took the applications for the food trucks and the food carts, and it was by when the person applied up to the deadline, and they just went down and approved it by the time that the application was timestamped. It was as fair as you could possibly get. If you happen to get it in at the last minute, you're out of luck. I mean, I know one local businessman who has been around for over 20 years, and his application didn't get approved. I just think that we need to get something on the books, and this is a good compromise as far as I'm concerned for what for what we've been asking for. I'm going to support this, this new iteration of the ordinance.
Okay, any other conversation? Okay. Lawrence Frank?
Lawrence Frank, 8 O'Donnell Road. I noticed that the February 18th version had the terms light industrial zones, but it's not in the current version. I'd like to know why.
Well, that version failed on a 3-3 vote. The next version, which was restricted to the concession areas of Second and Third Beach, also did not pass. I did my best to try to read the room, so to speak, actually watch the video more than once, and try to put something together that reflected what was said at the last meeting. It also appears that, based on the information we've received, is that the corporate park and office park are the areas where these establishments operate most of the time. As a practical matter, there's not a lot of industry in the light industrial zone. Light industrial zone is essentially, except for the airport, it's essentially empty. And so once again, it was trying to put something together that we can get on the books, because we are a number of months behind schedule in getting something established under the state law. So that was the rationale. But once again, the council, whether it's the number of permits or the area of operation, if council members have the right to make a motion to amend this anytime before the final reading and change those provisions.
Any other comments?
Yes, please.
Council Santos.
Mr. Reagan, did I hear you correctly? I wasn't sure. The mobile truck that is in the industrial park here, that's being done away with?
No, you're talking about the
Castaways.
office park.
The office park?
Yeah, so this would allow operation within the office park zones, which includes the enterprise center,
Okay.
as well as the corporate park.
Oh, all right, thank you.
And in addition, would include the concession areas of Second and Third Beach if an operator had a contract with the town.
Okay, thank you.
Any other? Council Von Villas.
We are freezing. Is there any way to
Yeah.
turn the air conditioning down?
Trying to freeze you out.
Well, that's fine, then I can go home, right?
You wish.
He complained about
Oh.
the cold.
Madam Clerk, is there anything you can do with the temperature control in here?
No.
Okay,
No?
all right. Council Flynn.
So thank you, Mr. Regan. I'd like to make a motion that we accept the ordinance, unless it's too early. I'm not sure if there's going to be others calling in. Accept the ordinance with the number of permits raised to 24 for this year.
First reading.
Yeah, that's what we have.
He said we could change it anytime. I don't know.
You can,
Okay.
Accept it at the first reading, amended to allow for 24 for this year.
Okay.
the only thing I would ask, if you would specify,
Ah.
because the ordinance, this
Had-
makes a distinction between trucks and carts.
Yes.
The current draft is 10 trucks and 7 carts.
What, would you have a recommendation for that?
I don't have the list, so I can't.
To reflect what would historically have come in a split between carts and trucks? Is that fair?
First of all, we
it's
have
up
a
to the
motion.
council.
First of all, we have a motion that's been seconded. Okay, so what do you want to do, Council Flynn?
Well, if there's another counselor who thinks that the right thing to do is to not put these businesses out of business, I'd like to get a second on that, if I did it correctly. And if I didn't, tell me.
Would you like to make a motion for the second reading so that I have enough time to look and give you those numbers?
This is, we're receiving this on its first reading. We can discuss that on the second reading.
That's
So the
fine.
next council will maybe understand better. Okay.
Mr. President. I'm sorry, Paul.
Council Lombardi.
One question for the clerk. We have 24 We had
We
24.
had.
Did we
But some of them
ever,
were just for the beach.
yeah,
You
but I
know,
mean,
just for the-
did we ever have 24 at one time that you know of?
We had 24 licenses out at one time.
We
but
did.
Not 24 all at the same time.
That's
They
what I'm
weren't all at
asking.
the si-
So-
They weren't all in the.
I mean, are we
town
really
at the
gonna
same
put,
time.
are we really gonna put, 14 out of business?
No,
No, of course not.
absolutely not.
I think this is a reasonable number.
Okay, this is the meeting, we're receiving this, okay?
Sylvia, Mr. President.
Vice President.
Thank you, Mr. Sylvia. So I look at it a little bit differently. I think you all know where I stand on this. For $75 for a fee to come into the town for the whole year and take business away from businesses that pay thousands of dollars of taxes. If we lose one of those businesses, that $75 doesn't add up to that. So for me, I'm gonna hold fast on what I believe, and I believe that they shouldn't be allowed to come. I'm okay with the beach. I'm not okay with, because it's seasonal, I'm not okay with coming in and taking business away from businesses that are already struggling that pay tax, a commercial tax rate. So that's right. That's who I'm worried about putting out of business. I'm not worried about the 24 trucks that pay $75, because do 24 times 75 and then do one business and what they pay in taxes.
So Counselor Rodrick,
No, we're gonna get acknowledged. This isn't open mic tonight, okay? Are you done, Vice President?
Thank you very much.
Counselor Flynn.
just a reminder, it's my understanding that the state set that fee. That was not our fee. The state is
I
mandating
understand
to
that.
the towns what the fee is. So I guess I'm a little confused based on some of the conversation, because I don't know how these permits work. I assume that they were year round, they were permits for a year, like you get it in April, like the other permits, and they go till April.
Right.
So how do you know that some are not
Yeah.
active?
I don't know that right now, that some are not active. I can only give you the list that I had from the last time that applied. And some of those people that applied really only applied so that they could be at the beach for family night.
Oh, so it was actually an event that,
Right.
And if I might add, the current state law, there's a distinction between the regular year-round permit, and you can get a special event permit to attend family night or some other special one-time event. And you're not required to get a year-round permit to do that. So a business that may have obtained a permit previously simply to attend family night at the beach could get a special event license to attend family night at the beach without getting a year-round registration. That's a distinction under the new law and under this ordinance.
is there still one of those permits that's unlimited in the ordinance? I remember seeing that one of them was unlimited.
When you guys get done, can we vote on this motion that's been seconded on the floor?
Certainly.
We all ready to vote on the motion that's on the floor? I mean, I like your enthusiasm, I like the questions, but there's a time and place for it. It's not right now going back and forth. We have a motion and a second to receive the said ordinance on its first reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
Signify by raising your hand. Opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
I
Okay,
oppose.
item number 31. Continued from March 16, 2020, regular meeting, communication of Paul A. Croce, Chairman, Middletown Planning Board, with enclosures, proposed creation of an incentive program to promote preservation of historic buildings and resources.
Motion to continue this item to a later date at the request of the planning board chairman.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, any conversation? Hearing.
It's long overdue.
It's being continued.
Thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
Item number 32, communication of Paul Croce, Chairman, Middletown Planning Board, with enclosures. Proposed amendments to the rules and regulations regarding the subdivision and development of land. Article 5, required minimum standards of design, and Article 7, improvement of maintenance guarantees to promote installation and maintenance of required landscaping.
Motion to receive said communication.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to receive. Any conversation? Council Flynn.
So, this has been long overdue, this landscaping monitoring or maintenance. I've been watching a relatively new building, 3-4 years new, and there's a small triangle of grass. And, first it was well kept, and then it got parked on for a year and a half, and ruts developed, and now it's just a gravel parking spot, adding to the tar beach of the rest of the parking lot. So I guess when an application is approved, there's a very specific percentage of landscaping to developed area. And I think that outline is supposed to be forever. That percentage is supposed to be maintained. Thank you for the help, Councilor Rodriguez. And I guess I wanted to know, since the topic is being brought up, are there consequences right now for altering or reducing the landscape that was put on the application? That would be my first question. My second question is of this proposal is section 703.7, where they talk about the bond, and they're saying it's only held for a year. And, based on this little triangle of grass example, that it's been, 4 years and it is now, become not landscaping at all. I'm wondering if that needs to be held for a little longer than a year.
Building inspector, municipal court. That's who polices it.
Well, since I'm just.
No, go ahead.
Mr. President, if I might.
Go ahead.
Ron Wolanski, Town Planner. I just wanted to, I guess, answer the second part of Terry's question relative to the amount of time that we're able to hold that maintenance bond. It's actually state law that restricts our ability to hold a maintenance bond longer than a single year. So that's the best we can do, and that's what we went with.
Okay.
Thank you, Ron.
Okay. Any other conversation? You got another question?
Well,
Go ahead.
to your direction about building official municipal court on the landscaping, so we don't have any ordinance that are tied to the application requirements of these developments?
Mr. Solicitor.
We do one of the points of this revising these regulations is to give us more enforcement authority and a greater ability to make sure that people not only install but maintain the beautiful landscape plans that they provide to the planning and zoning boards when they're getting approval, to make sure that those remain part of the project going forward. So this will give us some additional tools to make sure that that happens.
A mechanism to police it.
Yeah.
Good question.
Thank you.
Vice President.
So I think it's a great step, step in the right direction. However, the more government we put on things, it's like I said, it's great, but who really, as history and years go on, who really remembers that besides the building inspector? He's one person.
Ron Wolanski does.
Ron's not out looking every day to see who's doing what, who's not doing what. And I agree, I'm going to support it, obviously, but if you look at the holistically, maybe we need to come up with something different. I don't know. As far as enforcement goes, because we can continue to put government on things and enforcement on things. There's no possible way you can enforce these things.
Okay.
Just a thought. It's a good idea in theory. I'm going to support it, but I think maybe we need to look at holistically when we implement things, how they're really realistically going to be enforced.
Okay. So we have a motion that's been seconded. Any further conversation?
They just die on the vine as time goes on.
They do. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Item number 33. Continued from March 16th, 2020, regular meeting. Continued March 2nd, 2020, regular meeting for additional information. Memorandum of Councilor Flynn and resident Lawrence Frank, safety staffing room tax.
Motion to receive said memorandum.
Second?
A motion second to receive. All in favor?
Aye.
Mr. President?
Councilor Flynn?
So since the proposed benefit to Middletown from this proposal will not be realized
We're
due
talking
to,
about item number 34. I haven't read it in yet.
oh, 34? No, I was back on 33.
Well, we received the memorandum. That was 33. See how this works? You receive it, then the next line item. we'll discuss.
Well, we were actually going to continue it.
Okay?
We
I
read
don't
it
have
in, then we
anything
discuss
continued.
it.
If they're continued from other meetings to tonight.
And
And so we received it tonight
okay.
at your request and Lawrence Frank's request. And now we're gonna talk about it.
Oh, that's what, oh, so you weren't on number 34.
We're gonna go to third. No, we were on number 33. We received it.
Okay.
Okay.
I know we're on 33.
You're taking good minutes.
You're messing
aren't
with me.
you? Okay.
I think you're just messing with, you did that on purpose. No, I'm only
Okay.
kidding. So I stand firm. Since the proposed benefit to Middletown from this proposal will not be realized as a result of the COVID-19 impact on our economy, I'd like to make a motion that this item be continued to the first meeting in August. Can I do that?
Do we have a second? Yeah, sure you can. You just made it. You just made a motion, right? Does anybody want to second it?
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion and I'm not up for continuing it. I'd like to discuss it myself, but so I'm going to vote against your motion, myself personally. You have a motion that's been duly seconded. All in favor of continuing it? Opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
I want to discuss
Which
it
way to
tonight.
go?
Discuss it tonight.
I want to discuss it tonight.
Oh, is that what you're voting on?
Yeah, I'm voting to discuss it tonight or not.
Is she prepared to discuss it tonight?
No.
No, I have
I-
a question I want to ask about it.
Oh,
Okay.
well,
It was-
when
it's-
we emailed, you had said to simply make a
Yeah, I
motion to
said you could
continue
make
it.
the
So,
motion. You can withdraw it. I told you exactly what you could do. Not that I was going to support it. I told you your options, is what I told you.
really?
Really? Okay, I would just like to discuss it. I
Well,
mean, I'm not asking you to discuss it. I'm going to give you, I'll give you my feelings on it, okay? I think it's about time. I think we should really start going back to the same people all the time and trying to extract more and more from them. Okay, I think that, especially the hotel businesses, I mean, let's face it, they're all hurting. Every one of them is hurting, and that probably is why you decided to continue this tonight.
yes, sir.
I'm going to personally tell you, I don't think it's a good idea in good times. Because you know something? If you look at the taxes that our hotels pay, you look at the people that they employ, when do we say enough is enough from the same people? That's just my feeling on it. Just my feeling alone.
Okay.
So if you want to make a comment, you may, either that or we're going to continue it anyway, so it doesn't matter.
So if Mr. Franks is listening, maybe he can call in to also address this. I will give you the context of this information. I believe, I, as a elected official of the citizens, one came to me, Mr. Franks, and said that he had spoken to legislators at the state level with this idea because we were in the midst of the firefighters contract.
Yeah.
And certainly a budget challenge,
Yeah.
looking at what was needed to be hired for that. And so state level said, yes, this is a good idea. I think when it was first brought up, you made the comment, let's see what the state does with it. But you also asked for extra information.
Exactly.
And so Mr. Franks, got additional information, did some research.
Well, if you'd like to present that tonight, present it.
Well,
If not, we'll just postpone it and we'll address it again. I just think it's inappropriate to go back to the same people all the time, whether it's good times or bad times. When somebody's paying their fair share, when is enough enough?
and I don't argue that. However, because it's a safety staffing tax and, it was, $1 a room, for example, on the low end, and we do have to fund
Well,
our
if you're renting
fire.
400 rooms a night, it's not
Police,
low end.
and it was also for short-term rentals. It was rooms across the board. It wasn't just hotels. This was a very comprehensive, we have to staff our police and fire at the level of all of our visitors. So, that is, and you
Understood.
want to match expenses to revenue. So it did make sense that those who were coming to visit paid $1 a room to help us as a town, the town of Middletown, take the burden from our taxpayers and have them help with that expense.
Good thing.
So
So
that's
you
the,
would, you
and
you
the
said
the
this to us
safer,
before. You said this to us when you
well, I'm
presented it originally.
reminding because the safer grants are going to run out and we are going to have to
Okay.
fund.
But you want to continue it tonight anyways. Go ahead,
yes.
Deputy, who do we have?
Oh, great.
Lawrence Frank?
I'd be glad to address this if you're not going to continue it.
Well, we are going to continue it because,
No, the vote was.
no, the vote was not to continue. We're discussing it. I mean, you know, we can just, I just wanted it to be vetted and wanted it to be heard. That's all. That was my point of the whole matter. But we can go back. I'll make a motion to, I'm going to make a motion to not have it. You know, I don't think it's right. I think we go to the same people all the time. I just think it's right. But Mr. Frank, go right ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I would like to address the concerns expressed at the last Middletown Council meeting regarding a proposed $1 a night room tax for all hotel, motel, and Airbnb rooms in Middletown. I will be referencing a September 3rd, 2017 article in Newport Daily News and a May 20th, 2019 article in Newport Life. Quote, Newport has a classic resort town problem. Not enough hotel rooms in the high season when hotel rooms occupancy is tops 90%, and not enough visitors to fill these rooms in the off season when occupancy drops to about 40%. Quote, in Newport, the average daily room rate was $203 in 2016 with an occupancy rate of 62% for that year. It would be fair to say that Middletown's occupancy rate is the same. Yes, there is a seasonal up and down. However, the continuing building of new hotels in Newport, along with the recent construction of the Atlantic Resort and the proposed ones in Middletown, suggest that owners of these properties do not see this fluctuation as an issue. In fact, new construction indicates a positive outlook for their investments. By the way, a 62% occupancy in Middletown would have an annual yield of $467,000 at the $1 rate, $934,000 at the $2 rate. And this assumes no more hotel or motel construction or more Airbnb type rentals. This is, as everybody wants to know about, is predictable revenue. If you were to graph the number of hotel rooms in Middletown over time, you would see a rising chart indicating not only more rooms, but increasing occupancy and room rates as well. Weather makes the beach parking receipts vary over time, but you would never say this is income that's unpredictable. It is a sustainable source of revenue and is treated as such. Evan Smith of Discover Newport, quote, if we had too many hotel rooms, Newport's daily home rate would not be among the highest. When we have too many rooms, the rate will start to go down. The statistics speak for themselves. In Newport, the researchers have projected an average daily rate of 220 for a hotel room in the city in 2017, up from 2003 and 2016, with about the same occupancy rate or slightly better. We could expect that Middletown would have the same percentage increase in room rates. The contention expressed during the previous council meeting that hotel and motels could go out of business is an industry talking point that has no basis in reality. Another issue is about convention business. Again, from the council, what the hospitality industry is most concerned about is not during the season, it's in the off season when they are trying to attract conventions in the off season, end quote. It is true there, quote, aren't enough visitors to fill hotels during the middle of the week in the shoulder season or any time in the winter. There's really only one type of business that will solve that problem, conventions and exhibitions. In other words, big groups. But here's the problem. Neither Middletown or
Mr. Frank, I
Newport,
got to ask you to wrap it up. You're already over.
Middletown or Newport has the facilities to attract these big groups. The largest facility in Newport has 312 rooms. In Middletown, the largest 143 rooms. They miles apart. My last statement would be, what's the problem? What's wrong with an idea of a $1 a night room fee for funding public safety,
Finally, over the years, the council has done a remarkable job in stabilizing and improving the town's finances. However, there's only so much that could be done within the constraints of the current tax structure. The needs of the fire department and a $1 proposal is only one step in addressing the future financial needs of the town. We have to start somewhere. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Any other quick comments?
President,
Council Lombardi.
13% is what the taxes on our hotel rooms statewide. 13% is in the top 3 or 4 in the country. I agree with President Sylvia. When do we stop? And when do we start losing business, particularly in the off season? And as you just heard, our concern and my concern is in the summertime, they're full. That's not an issue. But when you talk to the hoteliers, they're going to tell you that they are having a hard time competing with places like Charleston, South Carolina in the off season. It's a problem for them. It's where the people can get the most bang for their buck, and it's becoming not here. And with this COVID thing, I just had a person who owns hotels tell me they laid off 40-something people last week. They furloughed 40-something people. And they don't know if they're going to be able to keep their doors open. But the fact of the matter is, you mentioned Evan Smith. Well, I'm kind of disappointed that Evan's not on the line right now, because I sit on Discover Newport, and I can tell you that the Rhode Island hospitality industry has staunchly helped defeat any increases over the last few years up at the State House to this tax, because it will affect them. So anybody that tells you that there's legislators that are going to support this, I can tell you right now, they may support it, but they're not in the majority up there. And we've become too reliant on this money. And it's very evident with COVID that if the bottom falls out of the tourism industry, which it has, we're going to be looking for money someplace. And if we get reliant on this buck or two or whatever it is, and then down the road when we're trying to budget and you run into a time like this, or you run into a time when we have a recession, people don't go on vacations. You can't become reliant on it. You create structural deficits when you do that. This is not a good idea at any time.
Okay. I'm going to start holding the councils to time too, okay? Because I'm looking at the time. I'm going to make a motion. Not that I'm going to support my own motion, because I'm not going to. Okay? I'm not going to vote in favor of it. But I'm going to make a motion that we adopt this safety staffing room tax as it was presented by Council Flynn and Resident Lawrence Frank the last time they presented it to us. So that would be my motion.
Second.
Okay, motion is second. All in favor? Opposed? Aye.
Aye.
Okay. You got the count, Madam Clerk? All right.
I have all opposed.
All right. Item number 34. Okay. Memorandum of the Citizens Exploratory School Unification with enclosures, petition and ordinance filed under section 402 of the Middletown Town Charter. Signatures from 10% of the electors from the 2018 regular town election have been verified by the office of the town clerk.
Motion to receive said memorandum and refer to the town solicitor for review.
Second?
Okay. We have a motion to receive and forward to the town solicitor for review. Conversation. Anybody? Okay, we'll,
Speaks for itself.
okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Item number 35, I put this on the docket. Memorandum for myself, appointment of 2 councils to negotiate the FOP contract. And in my communication, I asked that you.
Motion to receive said memorandum.
Second?
A motion second to receive. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Okay, any conversation about it? Vice President? Motion?
Motion to appoint Council President Sylvia, Vice President, myself, to work with the town solicitor and labor negotiation team attorneys to negotiate the FOP contract.
Second?
Any conversation? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Item number 36, this is continued from March 16th, 2020, regular meeting. Communication of Council Lombardi, executive session materials and notes.
Motion to receive said communication.
Second?
A motion is second to receive. It's been seconded. Conversation.
Mr. President,
Council Lombardi.
so the memorandum is pretty straightforward, except for the fact that as I reviewed it, and I'm going to, at the proper time, I'm going to make a motion. I would like to add where it says, no materials, files, document, or notes taken by counselors during executive session should be removed or taken out of executive session. No laptops, this is the addition, no laptops and cell phones should be turned off. And an additional add to this, in the next paragraph, should a council want to review their executive session file? So the clerk, at the end, the clerk will review the file, noting all materials in the file, be turning it over to the counselor, and will inspect the file prior to the counselor leaving, to be sure that there is nothing in the file that's removed from the file. And again, no cell phones, laptops, or any other type of recording devices should be at that point in time either. So at the proper time, if there's any discussion, fine, but I'll make a motion with the proper time, Mr. President.
Conversation. Council Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. President. So Council Lombardi, could you please explain the question that you referred to in your memo in the top line?
In light of recent, sure, there was a discussion, I believe, probably right before March 7th. I can't remember exactly what the executive session was about. Councilor Santos brought up the issue about taking notes during executive session and councilors possibly removing them and taking them with them. And executive session is closed. Executive sessions are sealed, and nothing from executive session should leave, not even our own notes. That's the bottom line. I don't know in the past if councilors have removed things in the past or brought their own notes with them, but I don't think it's appropriate. And not because of anyone in this room, but we all have had experiences where things in executive session get leaked. I've had it come back to me in the past. We all know what happens, and it's happened in the past. I want it to stop. And this is a way to ensure that other than word of mouth, that nothing leaves executive session unless we unseal it.
So Council Lombardi, do you suspect that executive session material is being shared?
I know it's happened.
So you know you are supposed to call the Attorney General.
Oh,
Okay,
okay,
so.
Councilor Flynn, don't
so,
depose me.
Excuse me, I
Councilor
emailed,
Flynn, don't
excuse me,
depose
I have the floor.
The point, look, this is very clear. You either support it or you don't.
So I have
Plain and
questions. I think I have the floor. Is that true,
You
Mr.
do have the
President?
floor. Go ahead,
Thank you.
Council Flynn.
So I emailed the solicitor and he replied that he's not aware of any other communities that have verbiage along this issue one way or another.
Maybe we
Do you
should
know of
be the
any other,
leader.
excuse me,
Council Flynn's got the floor. Go ahead.
do you know of any other communities that have these type of policies in Rhode Island?
No, maybe we should be the leader.
So.
Maybe we should be the first.
So you're not calling the Attorney General about information that you feel is being shared?
no.
And you can't provide any verbiage from other communities along the lines of this policy? I'm just trying to figure out how this policy helps Middletown citizens.
It doesn't, I wouldn't say it helps Middletown citizens. It protects the sanctity of it protects the sanctity of the executive session, and it gives us an avenue should we feel the need to file a complaint. I can't point at anybody in this room that's done that, because if I could, I would probably make a complaint. But the fact of the matter is, I've been out in the public, and I know other people here have, and we've heard people come to us with questions that came out of executive session. You just know it.
However, the points stand. You know, you haven't gone through proper channels about shared information. So what you say may or may not be actually happening. You don't know other communities that have the policy. And this really is, you haven't really determined why this is coming forward. How long have you been on the council, Mr. Lombardi?
6 years.
And I'm guessing that Councilors Santos and Sylvia Rodriguez, certainly Councilor Von Villas, have all been on longer than you have? True?
Are you deposing me? Because
Wait a minute,
I don't.
let's
I'm just
appreciate it.
I'm making a point, Councilor Lombardi, so I'd like to keep the floor and make my
Yeah,
point.
your point
Do you
is well
think-
taken.
Do you
They have
think?
been on much longer than me.
That's my point. So
That's it.
Councilor Lombardi, so do you think that perhaps you and the other longtime counselors who have been on the dais and in executive session for year after year, experiencing executive session topics like collective bargaining, potential litigation, potential acquisition, personnel, other issues, that perhaps you and the other counselors don't take notes because you know or are familiar with the material already? So I Googled, why do people take notes in business? Because I'm a note taker. I'm an avid student, an avid learner, researcher, as you probably could tell. And there's some really good explanations why people take notes in executive session or not. Some of the reasons include people who take notes all the time are likely to be more successful. Experts take notes, novices don't see the point. Capturing your ideas is just one of the many benefits of effectively taking notes at work. Better notes taking can help you learn new concepts, organize your thoughts. Taking notes during lectures and discussions is an important part of the learning process. You can't remember everything. Taking notes helps you focus and pay closer attention to what is said. Taking notes shows you care and that you're fully present during the learning process. Taking notes is a subtle action that reveals much about a person's character, patience, determination, and attention to detail. Most of us live under the illusion that we will easily remember data, almost regardless of the length of time that has passed. Even if you have a great memory, you simply won't be able to remember everything. A written record that you can refer to later can prove indispensable. Excuse me. So I started asking people if they took notes. I'd be on the phone, make a lot of calls in my world. And most of them said they were as we spoke. Now, coincidentally, I asked Councilor Sylvia back in February. I requested docket material in advance because I often can't get to the docket the Wednesday it comes out. It has to go to the weekend because I'm busy during the week, like most people. So you're proposing that we pay our clerks overtime so they can come in on the weekend to allow access to executive session notes that aren't shared. So again, you've said, sharing, you're not following procedure if it's being shared at all. No other communities have the verbiage. I'll assume you're not trying to cost us overtime money or sabotage counselors from doing their best for the town and their constituents. Perhaps you're deliberately discouraging people from running from council at all.
Councilor
I just
Flynn.
want to know, Councilor Lombardi, I'm
Councilor Flynn,
almost done,
let's stay
Mr.
civil,
President. I'm going to
okay?
wrap up. Again, you don't have the verbiage from other communities. No one's doing this. You don't think information's being shared. If you did, we have an attorney general for that. Research shows Note-taking improves learning, and that's what a first-time elected official does. You guys have been here so long, nothing's new to you. Guess what? It's been a roller coaster adventure for me, and I've loved every minute of it. But I'm still learning, and I learn from my notes, and I do well by the constituents with my notes. Productive and successful people take notes. This rule would be a disservice to Middletown citizens because their elected officials would not be as productive. Overtime pay for access would be incurred, and some may even be discouraged from running for office at all.
You're repeating
Can you
yourself.
show? I am.
You're
I'm
repeating
driving
yourself.
home my points.
Yep,
Yes,
we're
I
gonna
am.
drive it fast, 'cause you're
So
running
I
out of
will.
way.
Council Lombardi, do you have any evidence that a policy such as this is warranted and would benefit Middletown citizens? Or is it simply a policy of your whim?
Well, hang on, I'm taking notes. Hang on.
Did you say you were taking notes?
Council Santos.
She just asked me a question.
Go ahead.
Yes. So
We're gonna keep this down
I'm gonna try.
to time.
I had
okay?
I had to
I'm
think-
I'm trying to give a lot of leeway here, but I don't want to hear the same statements
I was just taking,
over and over.
taking notes, Mr. President, so I could gather my thoughts. So nobody's saying that you can't take notes. No one is saying you can't do that to refresh your memory. All we're saying is that your notes shouldn't leave the town hall. That's all. I gave you, let me finish. I'm not saying that the clerk has to come in on weekends. I think we all make accommodations in our schedules to make sure that we come in when we should come in during regular business hours, to get the materials and information that we need. And even with 6 years, I learn something new every time I sit here. A constant learning curve here. So, you know, that's nothing new. I want to make a motion, Mr. President.
Make the motion.
I want to make a motion that we adopt as a rule of the council that what's outlined in my memo, that no materials, files, documents, or notes taken by councilors during executive session shall be removed or taken out of executive session. No laptops and cell phones should be turned on to record anything that happens in executive session. Should a councilor want to review their executive session file, documents, or notes taken by that councilor, he or she should make an appointment with the town clerk during regular business hours and request a time to review their executive session file. The clerk will review the file and noting all materials in the file before turning it over to the councilor, and should inspect the file prior to the councilor leaving. Councilors reviewing the file will be given a private space to review the executive session file. The councilor may not bring any materials, including a notebook, writing materials, cell phone, or any other recording device, to include a laptop, into the space while reviewing the executive session file. Upon complete reviewing the file, again, the clerk will review the file to ensure that nothing is left and it's intact. I want this to become a rule of the council. It's my motion.
I'll second that.
Conversation.
Yes, please.
Council Santos.
Mrs. Flynn, you spoke of taking notes. Nobody is just depriving you of taking notes during any meeting, lecture, music hall, whatever you want to take notes. But notes are not to be taken during executive session. Do you know the word executive? That means nothing leaves that room in while we are in executive session. I haven't finished. You don't want to be interrupted. I don't want to be interrupted. Do you understand that? You want to make a note of that?
Point of
Okay,
order,
let's stay
Mr.
civil.
Santos.
Let's stay civil. Go ahead,
Yes, that
Council
is part of the
Santos.
rules of the council also,
No, we
to
can
be
be-
polite and respectful.
We can be the first to establish this. We don't have to go to other communities to find out what they do. We don't care what they do. We manage this executive session. It's this council that manages the executive session. No notes are to be taken. You can take notes during executive session, but they are not to be taken out of executive session. That's all I have to say.
Well, your mantra in the past, Mrs. Santos, has been, what are other communities doing? So I just want to remind you of that. So that's fine with a shared stand then.
I think it's been a common practice. It certainly has been a common practice of myself. I take notes in executive session, okay? I take them in the executive session book, and my notes are in my book. And my book stays with the executive session material with the clerk when I walk out of there. And that's the way I also believe it should be. I don't believe any material should walk out of there. Go ahead.
Unless there is some real concern, that is not duplicatable. Many people cannot get to town hall 8 to 4. So you're asking that the clerks, like I said, add hours to give access. I'm not available during the week. It's very hard for me to flex.
A lot of people aren't.
That's right. I understand that.
Council
So to have the notes only under lock and key and available 8 to 4, it's not duplicatable. It's not practical.
Well,
And it's not
been a
effective.
process that's worked for a lot of years. And has there been information that's disseminated out of that executive session? Absolutely.
Well, there's procedures to take care of that.
Yeah, but there's also proof in it too. Pointing the finger accurately, not just saying, I believe it was so-and-so. Okay, because if I believe, and I've made this statement many, many times, the day that I find out that somebody makes a mockery out of our executive session by taking information out of there and disseminating it out to our constituents, as you want to call them, without, really being information that they should be properly receiving, I will be making the complaint myself. And I've made that perfectly clear on a number of occasions. But to answer your question, I can think of a couple of occasions over my life on this council that information came out of there that should have never came out of there. And the only way these people on the street, our constituents, the public, the non-residents found out, it was from somebody that sat in that executive session. So having said that, Council Santos.
Yes, Mrs. Flynn, you say you can't pick up your docket. Mr. Roberts can't pick up his docket, but I pick it up for him. You mean you can't find somebody to pick up the docket while the clerk's office is in session?
I have sent my family members to get the docket.
So you do have access to your docket prior to Saturday.
We're talking about executive session notes, Mrs. Santos.
Well, you said
Coming in-
docket. You can't pick up a docket. Is that what you said?
Let's move this along.
No, I was saying that Monday through Friday, 8 to 4, to come in to review executive session notes would be a challenge for myself or anyone else that works, because that's when the town hall is open. And so, okay, I'm talking.
I'm done.
Can I just make one comment, Mr. President?
Vice President, go ahead.
So I've sat here a while, and I've enjoyed every minute of it, and I still do. I get frustrated when I hear conversations like this because we're not accomplishing anything. Okay? However, it's brought up, we need to discuss it, right, civilly. And so, having said that, I've seen executive sessions go from only allowed in the room was town administrator, solicitor, and clerk. Not human resource people, not even the finance director. If they were needed to come in the room, they were brought in the room. So if you want to tighten it up, let's tighten it all up.
Okay. Councilor Toronto?
So someone's taking notes.
And Dennis, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
And I will tell you, stuff has come out of executive session. Now how I know that? Because it affected me directly. And when I got back on the council, I unknowingly, not knowing that an ordinance had changed, I always sat there and approved all the department heads because they all get the same increase. And someone in that executive session took that information. I didn't even know it. I raised my hand. I did what I always did. when I got reelected, 2012, and filed an ethics complaint. Gave it to somebody else outside there, filed an ethics complaint. Cost me $5,064 to fight that complaint. So I know for a fact that's the only way it could have come out of there, because it happened in executive session, not out in the public. How do you prove it?
Councilor Toronto.
Yeah, my only point being is you're trying to resolve a situation that it's not going to be caused because someone's taking notes. If someone wants to spread something in an executive session,
True.
they don't need their notes to do
True.
that.
True. Good point.
So we're going to make all this policy, person could just walk out and tell somebody.
Well, Dennis, I think the point is, and I agree with you at that point, I think the point is at one point, there was one council person who actually tried to take stuff out of executive session and got caught doing that. And so every now and then, when information in executive session is given to us, that's why it's collected back. So that's exactly why that came about.
But that's the documents in executive session.
It's any
That's
document,
not
right.
notes. That-
I
It's
understand.
separate. It is separate.
I understand.
Right. Okay. So we have a motion. Go ahead. Who do we have? You know what we're gonna have to do in the future? We're gonna have to let the constituents know if they want to talk on a certain item, they're gonna have to send something in. So we're not just constantly interrupted like this. Who do we have, Deputy? Mr. Frank, go ahead.
Lawrence Frank. This proposal is a solution without a problem. The notion that you would turn the town clerk into a legal enforcement officer is nonsense. If Mr. Lombardi thinks there is a problem, he should state how and why, the why of his proposal. If he has such mistrust of his fellow council members, he should say so. They all took an oath when they joined the council. Mr. Lombardi should get out of the way and let them do their jobs. This authoritarian approach to government has no place in this town.
Keep it civil, Mr. Frank.
Or anywhere else, including Providence. Thank you.
Okay, no more interruptions tonight, Deputy, unless they know in advance. We're not doing this all the time. We don't conduct business like that in a normal, regular meeting. People have to let us know prior to the meeting what items they want to speak on. They're going to do it in the future, Madam Clerk. Understood?
Understood.
Okay. We're not just going to have spontaneous call-ins because somebody didn't like what they heard at home. Done. Okay, we have a motion by Council Lombardi, and it's been seconded. I'm not going to ask you, I'm going to ask you to read the motion again. Madam Clerk, do you want to read it?
We can have Mr. Lombardi read it. so I
Okay,
can make
Mr.
sure I
Lombardi,
have
you want to read your
it.
motion again?
Thank you very much from the keeper of the records. So I would suggest the following be adopted. This is my motion. I'll try to make it as quick as possible. No materials, files, documents, or notes taken by councilors during executive session shall be removed or taken out of executive session. No laptops and cell phones should be, they should be turned off. Laptops and cell phones should be turned off. Should a council want to review their executive session file, documents, and notes taken by that councilor, he or she should make an appointment with the town clerk and request a time to review their executive session file. The clerk will review the file, noting all materials in the file before turning it over to the councilor, and it will inspect the file before the councilor leaves while the councilor is still there to be sure that nothing has been removed. Councilors reviewing files shall be given a private space to review the executive session file. The councilor may not bring any materials, including a notebook or writing materials. No cell phones or any other recording device should be brought into the space while reviewing the executive session file. And again, no laptops should be brought into that private space.
Second that.
Vice President.
Peter, is this already a rule? I mean, I don't want to
The-
create
the
a rule
rule-
that's
the
already
rules-
there.
The rules do not specifically address the issue of notes. So documents and those things are in the rules. It doesn't address the issue of someone's notes that they take during executive session, which was the question that came up a few months back. And so it's not specifically addressed.
Did you want to add something to that motion right now
Oh,
in regards to who's in the room?
yeah, I mean, I just think we need to adhere by what executive session's for and the strictest confidentiality, that if we need information from whoever needs to be brought in, bring them in at the time and then they go. They don't sit there through the whole executive session, whether it's a finance director, whether it's human resource director. I just think that's wrong, that they hear everything that goes on when it doesn't pertain to, if it's a personnel matter, then sure, bring her in. If it's a finance matter and we need numbers, then bring him in. They used to sit outside the room, and then when they were needed, they'd come in. They didn't hear everything that went on in the executive session.
Okay.
That's not right, and it needs to stop.
Madam Clerk, we're going to amend Council Lombardi's motion, okay? To add that. I don't think, I just want to make a comment before we vote on this, is that nobody's accusing anybody of doing anything tonight. It's just, I think it's an additional check and balance. And believe me, over the years, there's been many things that came out of executive session. That should have never came out of executive session. Because a lot of times in executive sessions, especially whether it be negotiations or rather have something to do with the land acquisition or something that ended up being very detrimental to us financially. So I just want to say, I think it's a good thing, but I also agree with the point that Councilor Toronto brought up. Some people don't have to take notes to remember. Some people can remember. Some people don't have to have it written down. They can just recall what was said in executive session and repeat it to somebody. But you would think that that as elected officials that wouldn't happen. But the sad thing is it does happen, and it has happened here in the town of Littleton. Okay, so we have a motion that's been amended. And second, we all set, Madam Clerk?
We are.
Okay. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay.
I have a problem.
Okay, so you're voting against.
I don't want to support, I want to support the amendment, but I don't want to support, we're voting on two separate issues, but
If you want to break it up?
I do.
Okay, then let's do it. Let's make a motion.
So
Well, we have a motion.
We have a motion. And it,
we had
and
a
it
motion that
just,
passed.
the motion passed?
The motion, I had Terry voting no and,
And Paul voted no, I think. He was half.
I didn't vote.
Oh, you didn't vote?
I didn't vote because I was thinking in my mind, wait a minute, there's two separate issues here. But
He's right.
I'm going to support my own thing. I just think it's two separate issues.
It is. It's two separate issues.
Okay. So what do you want to do with this, Madam Clerk? Let's,
Well, we had a vote that,
It passed.
a motion that passed.
the motion passed, correct?
passed. I had Terry as voting no and I had
Ask Peter to.
Paul as this.
I had a question going on.
So Peter, it passed.
It passed.
Okay, the motion passed.
But
Okay.
I don't have a vote for Paul.
Okay, so,
I'm going to support my own. I just wish we did it separately.
okay.
So I only have.
So it's like he's half. He's got a half vote. It's half and half. Okay, so let's move on. Item number 37. Continued from March 16th, 2020, regular meeting. Memorandum of Council Lombardi regarding short-term rental platform tax.
Motion to receive said memorandum.
Second.
A motion is second. Council Lombardi.
Mr. President, given the state of the state right now and where the legislature is going and the budget, and they're going to have a short session. This resolution is a request for our legislators to ask for an audit of the Airbnb and the short-term rental platforms. And really, I think it's a good idea. Newport passed it and sent it up, and This was actually, a request from the full support of the Newport and Bristol County Tourism and Convention Bureau, which represents 9 communities in the East Bay. But given the fact that I don't think this will get heard at this session of the legislature, I'm going to respectfully ask that we continue this to a later date, at which time, maybe in the next session, the legislators
Okay,
legislators
so
can
we'll
take it.
address that in item number 38. But right now, we're receiving this.
Well, right, we're receiving this, right.
We're receiving it.
Yeah.
Okay, motion second to receive. All in favor?
Aye.
Just receiving it.
Yes.
Right.
Now, 38, continued from March 16, 2020, regular meeting, resolution of the council regarding short-term rental platform tax. Council Lombardi. Council Lombardi.
Based on my prior explanation, Mr. President, I respectfully ask that we continue this until the legislature meets in full session and a regular session.
Second.
Okay, any further
Question?
conversation? Council Flynn.
Just one question and one comment. And if I missed an email back because of the hour today got late, it says hotel taxes in the resolution. I'm just wondering if that encompasses short-term rental taxes. Like, is that the umbrella that includes short-term rental taxes, or are short-term rental taxes separate from hotel taxes?
Mr. Regan, the question that the Tourism and Convention Bureau has brought up, along with the city of Newport, is the fact that they've asked for this information and can't get it. And not that they can't get it from the state has refused to give it.
And
I
I
don't
think
know.
the reason that the hotel tax is mentioned is that some of the short-term rental platforms are also booking hotel rooms.
Okay.
And so that's why they want to make sure that they can audit both sides of that equation.
So this includes the short-term rental
Yes.
by saying hotel taxes. I
Yep.
just want to make sure it was embraced.
Mhm.
And, that
Good.
both types of rentals were being covered. And I'm actually questioning why you'd bother continuing it and clogging our next docket, Councilor Lombardi. It's kind of clear it's a reporting request that should be pretty simple.
So I guess the thing is that, as we have been told on the board of Discover Newport, who have supported this, that it requires the legislature to address this. They want them to address it. They want the legislature to say this has to be done, rather than suggest it to DBR or whoever reports it out, because they don't have to do it. We could ask them to do it. They don't have to do it. Newport's asked them to do it in the past, and they refused. So what they're asking for is the legislature to say, you shall report this out to the cities and town, this information.
So does that mean that this resolution is going to change? You're actually going to withdraw?
I wouldn't think it would change. I think it asks for enabling legislation, and it forwarded to our delegation,
I just don't know why we can't just do it now.
I agree.
because it's going to get stalled.
It doesn't matter.
But doesn't it stay in line in the queue? Excuse me, Mr. President.
Whatever you
Sorry.
wish.
I mean, I'm,
Make a
I
motion.
agree with the Council Flynn. think
I was just asking out of courtesy, because it won't get done in this session. That's all. If we want to move it, let's move it. I don't have a problem with that.
Motion to pass said resolution.
Second.
Motion second to pass. Any further conversation? Hearing none. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
So that's how much easier that was.
Thank you.
Communication of Council Lombardi, item number 39, with enclosures, RE Rules of the Council, number 10.
Motion to receive said communication.
A motion second to receive. All in favor?
Aye.
Council Lombardi.
So it's pretty clear cut about Rule 10 of the council specifically says that in line 2, a member may abstain from voting, however, provided that said member publicly states the reason for doing so. I'm going to ask that we strike that line. And in response to an email that Councilor Flynn sent me today, and well, if, I had verbally asked our legislators about this, because I'm noting there that at the Rhode Island General Assembly, the House and Senate requires legislators who are present in the chamber to vote up or down, if they're in the room, if they're in their seat, and there's a question in front of them. So this afternoon, I did get an answer that in the Senate, it's specifically the rules of the Senate, Rule 6.3, any member who was present on the Senate floor must vote. Okay, that's their rule. So if you're in the room, you must vote. As it's been related to me by a member of the Senate, if you feel that there's something you don't want to vote on, then you just walk out of the chamber and you don't vote on it. On the House side, I didn't get an answer in writing as to their rules. So Council Flynn, I didn't get that. But I did speak to someone in the House office today, to a staff member, who said that they require a member of the House, if they're in the room, if they're in their seat, that they must vote on an item that's before them. Now, I'm hoping that I can get something in writing for you on that, but I can assure you that I didn't make it up. And I got it from several of our local delegation, both on the House and Senate side, that cleared that up for me. You know, and out of courtesy to you, I wanted to make sure I had something to answer that question. And I will tell you that I feel like when we have a question in front of us, no matter what it is, we shouldn't be abstaining. We should be voting. It's just what they put us here for. I mean, whether you have a reason for it or not, and you would hope every time someone does that, they have a reason. But I just feel that there is no room to abstain. So that's it. I mean, that's how I feel. It's happened once in my 6 years on this council that a member's abstained from a vote. One time. And I still don't understand why that happened.
Okay. All right, so we received the communication. Okay, any further conversation? Councilor Flynn?
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you so much, Council Lombardi, for doing those extra steps. I really do appreciate that because, you know, we're bombarded with issues that we're trying to be prepared for. And, you know, you did say in your letter that you did the research and you found they had to vote up or down. And in your subsequent research today that they have to vote. When I think that I'm about to say that abstaining is actually considered a vote, but I mean, I don't disagree with you that when you're an elected, well, I'm going to tell you, when you're an elected official, I don't disagree with you. You have an obligation to vote. I'm not in total disagreement to that. But Robert's Rules for Dummies under your voting rights does say that it's your duty to vote when you have an opinion about a matter being decided. And it also says you can't be forced to vote or compelled not to vote. So in council's last meeting, for example, on June 1st, a resolution to sell town property was the very last item, and it was rushed so the meeting could be over by 10:30, you may recall. And I had stated I had inadequate information or explanation of the resolution and the consequences of the resolution, so I voted no. But the more accurate vote under those circumstances would have been to abstain, neither voting for or against, since it's arguably irresponsible to vote when you're not well informed. So you can remove this line from the council, but I would point out that, you know, this council follows Robert's Rules of Order. And even in this Cliff Note edition that we received when we became councilors, it defines abstentions, page 24. It allows abstentions, page 66. And it describes how they're counted, pages 115 to 16. So the council is either following Robert's rules or not. And do you realize, Councilor Lombardi, that this line in our council rules is that taking it out would actually be a disservice to the public, in my opinion, if I'm reading it right, because Robert's rules allows abstaining without any explanation. The line in our rules of the council, you know, if you took it out, the council members, if they did decide to vote as an abstention, they would no longer be required to explain why. So that's just sort of what I found as I was looking into the issue, and I wanted to share with the council.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. President. So if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Solicitor, the rules of the council take precedent unless they're silent, and then we go to Robert's rules. Am I right?
Yeah, the council follows Robert's rules generally, but you do have a right to modify certain portions of Roberts or to not observe certain portions of it if you're passing a specific rule that is different. So if the council passes a specific rule, say we're following Roberts, but in this case, this is what we're going to do, then that would control.
And the other piece of it is, to one of your points, Councilor Flynn, when I vote yes, or when I vote no, and most of us up here, we always explain ourselves in many cases where we feel the need to. You have the opportunity to do that, whether you vote up or down. I mean, you may not totally agree with even the vote you're taking, but you should be able to say that. I want this whole thing stricken. I don't want anybody to be able to abstain and not make an explain. I want it gone. And this was put in, by the way, by a specific counselor several years back. Well, you may remember when it was. His name will come to me in a second. I'm having a senior moment. And I don't even know why he did it. These weren't in the rules. This was not in the rules a few years back. And I'm just trying to remember who it was, Paul. I know you were on the council at the time. But anyway, that said, I think we should vote, yes or no. An abstention, as far as I'm concerned, is, I don't know. I think
All
we
right,
should vote.
I'm going to inject something right now because in accordance with our rules of the council, it's coming up on 10:30, okay? So if we're going to continue to be winded, okay, which we will be, I'm certain, for the next 4 minutes, all right? I'm going to, you want to make a motion on this?
I want to make a motion that we
Make a
strike.
motion.
I want to make a motion, we strike line 2 in section 10 of the council rules. Strike line 2 in rule number 10.
Conversation. Council Flynn, go ahead, debate.
So-
This is like a debating team.
To my point, there are situations, like last meeting at the very end, that an abstained vote is most appropriate, number one. Number two, if you simply vote to strike the line, you must also add to accomplish what you want to accomplish. If I understand Mr. Regan correctly, you've got to add that portion of Robert's rules that allow abstention votes will not be practiced by this council? Because if you
No,
just,
I don't believe you would need to put that language in, the language that says, that section would then read essentially that you're required to vote one way or the other.
I just want to make sure I know what I'm voting on when we get to the motion.
Yes.
Okay, we don't have a motion yet, do we?
I just made a motion.
He just made a motion to, wasn't seconded. Strike line
Nobody
2.
seconded it yet?
Right,
Okay.
line 2 of rule number 10.
Do we have a second? on the
Second.
motion? We have a second. Further conversation? Further conversation? If we're not ready to make this decision, then let's call it a night. Because I have to set a date for the next council meeting. I'm gonna have to call a special meeting. So if we're not ready, we're not ready. Let's just call it a night.
That would be up to the council.
Mr. President, I move the question.
Huh?
I'm moving the question on a vote.
Okay. And we have a second by Councilor Santos.
Yes.
Any further conversation?
Just clarification, the motion was just to remove the line number 10.
No, the line number 2, a member may abstain from voting, however, provided that said member publicly states the reason for doing so. That's what you wanted removed.
I want it removed.
Yes.
Okay? Okay, it's been a motion, it's been seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
I oppose. I mean, I just think if you should be able to abstain, but you have to give a valid reason. That's what it should say. Valid reason, not a reason, a valid reason. Not just because I don't have enough
What was
information.
the vote on that, Madam Clerk?
That's a
I
valid
have
reason.
Vice President Counselor Toronto and Counselor Flynn voted no.
Okay, so the motion passed?
Yes.
All right, so let's move on. All right, I'm gonna stop the meeting tonight, right now. I think it's the appropriate time because we're getting to some areas where there could be some lengthy conversations again. Not that there haven't been any tonight.
Mr. President. Just, there's one.
Mr.
item
Brown.
that's time sensitive,
Executive order.
the executive order, if we want to extend it. So the,
You don't have to explain it.
thank you.
All right, I'll make a motion that we move the executive order up. I'm looking for it on the docket.
Item
52A.
52A.
Item
Okay, 52A. Make a motion that we move it up to the next item.
Second.
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 All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Item number 52A, Executive Order 2020-10, extension of state of emergency in Middletown through and including July 14th, 2020.
Motion to approve the executive order 2020-10, extension of state emergency in Middletown through and including July 14, 2020.
Second.
Give it a second. Any conversation?
Yes. Is there a reason? Is there a financial reason here?
Yes.
And what is that?
We have in numerous discussions discussed that if the state of emergency lapses, that it may jeopardize reimbursement from FEMA.
May or it does?
May,
We don't know that.
no.
I'm sorry, but I couldn't really understand a word that Sean said.
So in numerous meetings with the state, and we have daily meetings, this issue has come up about whether letting the local state of emergency would have an impact on our ability to get reimbursed from FEMA. And the response has always been may. It may have an impact. So at this point, the only two reasons I would see leaving the state of emergency in place is not to impact our ability to get reimbursed. The second is just on July 1st, if we go to phase 3, if there is a decision that needs to be made prior to the council meeting, I have the ability to do that as I have in the past. You know, those would be the two reasons. But again, in the meetings, it's been strongly recommended for the purposes of reimbursement to leave the state of emergency in place.
Okay. Any further conversations?
It's going to be the last one I vote for.
Well, you don't have to vote for this.
I'm going to vote for it.
Okay.
But I'm just saying, how long does this continue on? It's not going away.
Well, we can extract it. We can terminate it at a council meeting. We can, this doesn't mean that it has to go to July 14th. We have a motion been seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, I'm going to make a motion that we have a special meeting to be held on Monday, a week from today, June the 22nd, 7 PM, right here,
Second.
to finish this docket. And the only other item that'll be added to this docket is by statute, will be the first hearing of the school regionalization, yeah, regionalization, okay? All right,
At 7 o'clock.
7 o'clock.
Second.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Your favorite words.
Motion to adjourn.
Thank you. And also, please keep your notes, keep your paperwork, keep everything together. The clerk will not be repeating this for you, okay?
I'm not going to reprint.
Thank God.
Okay, she won't have to
Trees
reprint
are
everything,
there.
okay?
That means
Then
even
we'll
these,
come back-
even some of these attachments that we received.
We come back to start with item number 4.